Good morning, everyone. I'm so glad to welcome you all at the second day of our conference program You Lead with Europe Services for Everyone. Yesterday, we heard a lot about the program results on modernization of ASCs, priorities and challenges, state policy in the sphere of admin services provision. We heard about methodology as well as the tools, experience sharing between the service center employees. Today, we're here to discuss the sectoral questions in the scope of administrative services provision, the perspective of digitalisation, as well as the results of institutional support of Ramada's results presentations, as well as we're going to see the program monitoring. At the end of the conference, we're going to fantasize a little bit on how services might be provided in 2036. So let's start. I would like to give the floor to our experts, to Viktor Timoshuk and Vasil Serhin. They're representing the new version of the White Book. Here it is. I have one copy. The new White Book with regards to state policy in the sphere of administrative services for the year 2021. Viktor and Vasil. Thank you so much, Susanna, for this introduction into the second day conference context and for this inspiring speech. And now we would like to start presenting this document, which is the second version of White Book on the policy with regards to administrative services provision. And our presentation will also cover the monitoring of the ASC first round implementation. Right now, you can see our presentation on the screen. So, dear colleagues, you know that for the past 5 years, we are working with policies. It means that the issues our experts are providing support to Ramadas, and we're trying to systematize those problems. We try to identify either these are really the problems or just some small issues, how to react them. And then we are preparing the policy document. So all our policy propositions are undergoing the reviewals by the stakeholders. And after that, we have so many of those offers, which we have compiled in one document called the White Book. And we tried shortly to speak about the issue and the possible ways how to resolve it. This book is based on the internal monitoring plus the questionnaire of the stakeholders and different information received by different ways. So with regards to the structure, which can be divided into 2 blocks, number 1 covers the general questions of ASC functioning. This is 1 and 10. And from 9 to 2, these are the general services that has to be integrated into ASC so that people can have access to it. And the book is also covering what are the problems of integrating those and how we can improve that situation. Now, with regards to the reason why for the past year we had to prepare the second version of that book, as far as more than 40% of the propositions were realized and 35 of them were registered as project laws, and they are at the stage of realization. So coming to the specific results, they have the ASC is an integrated office that is written in the law. The ASC has to provide certain list of services so that people will know that it covers certain standards. The law also has different models for administrative services provisions, and Hromadas have to decide what is more comfortable for them. Either administrator is just a third party, or administrator can provide certain admin services in ASC, which is very up to date, especially if we're talking about the fast services. Or there should be dedicated subjects of administrative service provision inside the premises of ASC to make it more comfortable for the people. And we have also covered the question of replacing the regional administration with ASC. That's very up to date, and ASC, that is the future. We underline that. Then we tried that replacement, and that is going on. We have also improved the integration of social admin services, and I have to emphasize the Ministry of Social Policy have worked hard and to introduce in ASC in the front office of it, and simplifying the requirements to administrator in order to provide visit K services. So we want that simple services to be provided by administrator, and for that purpose administrator should have certain experience and education. But there were certain things that we're making that access to that profession quite complicated, which has to be improved, like taking organizational steps, especially from the side of state cadastre. If we're talking about the realization stages, the HOTAS, that is the association of OTG, the Hromadas are having more and more authorities, and in order to provide, there is always we always need the resource provision in order to support their development. Now, for that purpose, the program you lead with Europe have worked the project law on administrative fees together with the OTG association. And Ministry of Region has also approved that project, and everyone understands that we have to search for the consensus with digitalization, Ministry for Digitalization. But we shouldn't put it on hold. We should move on faster with it. The question we have covered yesterday, that is the registration of the civil state status of the people. Now the project law 4382 is very simple, and we have to approve it as fast as possible, so to make these social services as much as possible closer to our citizens. There is also a small step made. Potential services have already appeared in the ASC, especially in those Hromadas we don't have territorial pension division. About the next strategic priorities, we have emphasized 10 points out of 40. For this year, we prioritize that ASC have to replace the regional councils. Ministry of Digitalization told us very good statistics, but many of those ASC are working only on paper. We have to fill those centers, bring life to them. That is why we have to use effectively the subvention. Previously, they didn't have the city council, they didn't have even normal premises to serve the people. Yesterday, Ministry of Digitalization said that they are having very ambitious plans to increase the services, amount of services by 4 times. The main point is not in quantity, but in quality. You have to focus on the major ones, but not on the exotic. So I talked about the project law 4382, but even if it will be approved, Ministry of Justice will have to make all possible to make it work effectively, of course. We are we do understand that the government has not decided which model is selected, centralized or decentralized, when the authorities will be given to the local authorities, right? So we have now the mixed model, and we don't know where we're going in the future. The problem of testing of state registers, unfortunately, this problem is getting worse and worse. Unfortunately, Ministry of Justice is not even making these questions publicly open so that people can get prepared for those. The other problem is delegating the authority for registering the land slots, which is quite a complicated issue, unfortunately. And the new law is offering very questionable thing when local authorities do not approve that the private entrepreneurs having an engineer diploma would be authorized to make this registration. We think that still needs further regarding. Ministry of Social Policy, of course, has to work out another scope of programs that will enable to have the services more available for the bigger scope of people in the regions and remote areas. Also, we would like to make the price of using the different technical channels must be cheaper or partially compensated from the state budget. Only 3% of ASC are providing the pension services, and that is also done. It should be now organized with the help of administrators. For example, the tax code should also be provided in the ASC, and this idea was supported as well. I would like to add about the white book is available on our website, and you can use it in your work to advocate those decisions that are necessary for your work. Especially now we're coming to the ASC monitoring. This is one of the information sources we're using to prepare the policy documents, identifying which issues Hromadas are facing and civilians are facing at the places and how to resolve them. For the past 3 years, we have run monitoring of the primary stage of our ASC. These are 25 of them, so we have kind of comparative analysis. This year, we have launched the first round program monitoring with remote working places and mobile ASC. The information was collected by questioning of the ASC heads, managers, or all the information was provided by Hromadas. Please pay special attention that pandemic has greatly impacted the data of 2020, and we will explain it a little later. Let's come to the key indicators of the primary stage ASC. The average population of Hromadas is 12.4 thousand people, but according to the new administrative code, it should be up to more than 15,000 people, and that numbers have become up to date starting with November 2020. There were certain Hromadas where the amount of people increased almost doubled, and this is a certain challenge for the admin service provision. You have to open new administrative units or remote spaces, or you can increase the number of personnel. Okay, so with regards to personnel, there are roughly 9 people of them, and the gender structure for the past 3 years have not changed. 20% men, 80% women. In 2020, that has made up 8 against 82, 12 against 82. It's about 1,300, 1,400 services provided by ASC per year, but in 2020 it was decreased till 1,072 services due to COVID and lockdowns. Average when the ASC has integrated minimum roughly 8 administrative service groups, which are the basic ones, or which are most popular among the citizens. Approximately per day, there are 40 services provided. 1 year ago that was 36, and the last one, that is the average money received into the budget. If ASC was, if we take into account the passport services, which are quite expensive from the point of view of administrative fee and so on, this is 450,000 hryvnias per year. Without the passport, this is 374,000 per year.
A few numbers which are really impressive. So during these 3 years, we have provided 700,000 services, and we have to remind you that our hromadas and services, administrative services, are not big, and if we count in another dimension, in 2020, how many people came, among how many percent came, we can say that 20% of people were coming to get administrative services. And we understand that some of them were coming 1 or 2 times, 3 times, but some of them didn't come at all. But it shows how much popular the services are in hromadas. And the third number is really impressive. I will remind you that in the first phase, we had only one pilot workplace, one pilot remote workplace, but we have increased the number of remote workplaces to 43. And as for me, I think that is the most interesting flag, that are the groups of services and the level of their integration. And I think that the workers of the custom services, it would be very interesting. That is a very interesting thing, the place of the location, and we can hear that in 2015 the reform was wrong, but this number shows a lot that that was the thing which was done good, because that is the only service which is served in 100% of ASCs, and in some places if it is well organized, it takes only 15 minutes, and no other service can be compared. And we have worse situation with the other services, and maybe the Ministry of Justice has to start working with self-governance, because we are not able to fulfill all the vacant positions in cadastry. And if you move, you will see that we are providing less pension services because of the wrong format, because the workers of the pension fund doesn't visit people at all. And as for a passport, the situation is, on one hand, is very stable, but if we compare it to the previous year, we can say that that is more like wrong stability, because we understand that there are some problems. We have some certain level of passports, because hromadas understand that getting a new passport is pretty expensive. And I would add only that hromadas were saying that they were planning to integrate passport services in their hromadas, but they didn't find the financial support for that. And as for the state registration of the land services, it went wrong. It went worse because of the new amendments to the legislation. And just to compare how much services are integrated, comparing the first round and the beginning side, and most of them are on the level of 10-11 groups of services. And as for the services and how popular are they, in 2020 we had a significant growth of the state registration of the real estate, and in most of the rest services, we can see the decrease of their popularity because which happened because of COVID. And if we talk in general, we can say that it was 270,000 services, and we have to say that some of SCs have just opened in 2018, and in 2019 that was 273,000, and in 2020 that was 300,000 services. The other interesting slide is the incomes of the local budget of ASC on the beginning stage. In 2018, it was around by 100,000, but still there are 5 ASCs which are getting less that 100,000 hryvnias, and the local budgets have to increase the dotation to provide the quality services, and those who are earning more than 1 million are mostly providing the passport services. And as for the first round of ASCs and the income for the budget, most of them are providing around 100,000, and there are 6 ASCs which got less than 10,000 hryvnias during 2020, and mostly they were working with the financing of the local government. As for the outcomes, so that you could compare the incomes and outcomes, so during the first half year, they had 520,000 hryvnias a year, and we are not speaking here about some development. The most part of this sum is are the salaries, and we have to work on the legislation on administration fee. And if we compare the results of that snubs, we were also look at the remote workplaces, and you can see the results on the slide. And in general, there are 2 or 3 remote workplaces, and the distance to the main ASC is in common around 12 kilometers, but some of them are less than 10 kilometers. And I would like to pay attention to the Ministry of Digitalisation, that maybe we have to decrease the number in the legislation. And in general, one workplace serves 1,450 citizens, and we can see that the remote workplaces are mostly functioning in starostinsky regions, and we can see that the starosta institution is used very well. And we can see that at the moment, remote workplace has 3-4 groups of administrative services, and we can see that we have added the social services, and you know that we have and only 17% on the remote workplaces serves marriage registration. And as for the popularity of the remote workplaces, and you can see that the local services were the most popular. They are the easiest one to integrate, and we would like to draw your attention that in the in top 4 we have the registration of the civic status, and as you remember, only 17% of remote workplaces provide these services, and still they are in top 4. Just imagine if all the remote workplaces were providing this service, what would happen? Because you understand, the remote workplaces are mostly the village councils, which joined the other gramadas, and the access to the services is very low. And as for the mobile ASCs, in general, mobile ASCs are serving gramadas with the population around 25,000 citizens. 6 mobile ASCs are serving 180,000 citizens in 6 gramadas. During the first half year, the mobile ASCs have visited 85 places, and in 58 they have made less than 5 visits, and you can see that there are only 30 places among 128 which were visited regularly, and it didn't allow the citizens to get used to the schedule, and we have to improve that. And as we understood, Ramada said that happened because of the quarantine and the COVID pandemic, why they were visiting these places less. But in general, during the first half year of 2020, the mobile ASCs were not working with the stable graphic, and they have served 1,385 services. So we have to continue the monitoring of the mobile ASCs, and maybe we will be able to see how they are going to function in the normal conditions without the quarantine, without the pandemic, and maybe after that we would be able to make the decision on how we can improve their work. Thank you for the attention. As usual, we would appreciate your feedback on the white book, and we would proceed them and prepare the recommendations. And now I would like to move to the discussion of the sectoral questions for the administrative services. And today, Vitaly Muzichenko, the Deputy Ministry of Social Policy of Ukraine, will join us online. Also, Alexander Kamenchuk, the head of the expert group of coordination of administrative services and administrative procedures of the Directorate of Public Administration, of the Secretary of the Cabinet of the Ministers, and also Ivan Dvoynenko, that is the Deputy Head of the State Migration Service of Ukraine, and also Olena Polyenko, that is the Deputy Director of the Department on the issues of citizenship and passportization, registration of the State Migration Service. Dear colleagues, as you have already heard, we have quite a few problems, and sometimes they are not very significant and they do not need lots of efforts, but it still can help a lot to improve the integration in the ASCs, and it can help the citizens to get access to the services. And as the experience of the registration of the registration, it would help the citizens to get the access to these kind of services. That is why we have invited you to discuss it with you. I suggest to start from the Minister of the Social Policy, Mr. Vitaly. Are you with us? Yes. Good afternoon. I think we have communicated for a few times about that, and some time has passed, and the changes also happened. And I think that you also monitor monitoring the situation. And how are you? What do you think about the model of the decentralization? And are you going to look for the other models, and how Ramadas at the moment are managing the function of the front office? Or maybe you think that something leaves to be desired. As the previous presentation has shown, the social services are in top 4 of leaders, and they are second in this rate. And that is really fair estimation, because the citizens really need them. And from this point of view, if we're talking about the model which we have chosen and its level of implementation, we can say that its implementation is good. We cannot say that we have some final result, but we are on the very important stage. First of all, we can say that the national state service, which was considered to be the single body with a strong, clear hierarchy, is at the is preceded at the moment. There is an institution which has some departments, but at the moment we are at the stage of forming the regional level of official bodies, and soon we are going to come to the department of the sub-regional level, and they are going to take the role of the social administrative bodies, and this process is at the moment being proceeded, and there are some very difficult, complicated procedures, and it needs a lot of resources to be implemented. But our objective is, even in this a transition period, when we understand that nothing is that the things are happening not as we wanted it, we still understand that the citizens get the access to the social support from the state. And here I would divide it in a few points, and we can be talking about the administrative social services, for example, social payments and subsidies. We are speaking about social infrastructure, which is because of the decentralization and the changes in the budget legislation had to move to the level of the territorial hromadas, and we are talking about the function of the
So, in order to have the exact rules how the social services should be provided, this current quarter, in the first quarter 2021, we have reviewed the rule 533 in the point of the identification and specification of social services. Based on that, we have updated and approved the new versions of the informational cards. This is more than 60 types of them, more than 60 services covering, and all this material all together is already packaged to the authorities that are caring about the decentralization and social services provision. As presentation shown previously, it's quite a complicated question, people's access to certain services, because most cases village councils stopped providing them, and it's very important to preserve that accessibility. We're talking about different algorithms, about the such work organization, especially remote working spaces, in order to organize certain job and provide fast logistics when accepting clients, accepting the documents, and making logistic of those documents, and the payments and so on. There should be certain program complex at place. Right now, there are several stages of that informational system integration, and as a result of 2021, we have very good results as of today. But we thought we would finish it in the first quarter 2021, but 20% of hromadas are not yet ready with that task. Organization is there, but automatization is still in the process. That's why the ministry have developed changes into legislation. This is project is at the reviewable stage in the cabinet of ministers, and I hope that soon it will be regarded by our government. Thus, we are seeing the delay by the 1st June. It doesn't mean that we have to stop, actually, but we're just giving possibility to those hromadas who have not yet had enough time to get included. They can yet realize this possibility and get involved. Please, can you draw conclusions, because we are tight in time. As of now, we're talking about more than 1,300 hromadas already connected to certain program complex. In parallel, the ministry are taking all necessary steps to give support from the technical point of view and organizational point of view. It means there are some orders, methodological recommendations, then we're having support from our donors, thus receiving the technical equipment to support these functions, and now we're working in the right direction. but we need maybe slightly more time. The second question, these are the social services. This is slightly more complicated, starting with 1st January 2020. Mr. Vitali, we are now talking about the administrative services, social services. This is not the scope of our today's conversation, but this is very important to realize social policy at place. Thus, I would like to emphasize, as of today, social services and working on resolving exact life situation is not possible only with the help of social payments or social aid. Firstly, we have to combine those components, and before resolving the issues with social aid, we have to analyze the issue, the life issue of the people, and the tools will be chosen accordingly to help the people get out from the hard life situation. Today we're talking that would be the major point of the next stage of social aid development, and the ministry is still working on enhancing the accessibility of different people. Thank you so much for sharing those details. I'm sure you can talk a lot about that, and we highly appreciate the steps the ministry has already taken in order to improve the social services provision in Hromadas. I would like to add as well that our panel work is going to have the authorities' representatives speaking, and our expert will give exact comments on what is done and what can be improved. So I'm giving the floor to Viktor Timoshuk shortly about the social services. That's just our expert point of view. The ministry experts know better, but what Mr. Vitalis said, I would like to thank for the work of Ministry of Social Policy. I think this is most constructive ministry for the past 2 years, I suppose. But the last thesis which Vitaly has pronounced, that the life situation is very complicated for the person, and it's largely connected with the state support. So we see that social services are fully delegated to Hromadas, and admin social admin services are not. It means when the starosta or the local deputy identifies the complicated life of the situation, that they have to appeal to the regional level office of the social policy to have some kind of aid. That's why I think it will take lots of time to discuss the strategy. But if the social reform was based that the Hromadas are having the admin services, so the admin services should be the scope of Hromadas' work as well. Not immediately, but maybe 2-3 years. Only after that, your social service will have very exact work. They will make the social payments, and they will also coordinate the local authorities' work. So there is another paradox. The local authorities are still creating a mirror structure. They're creating social units, but they can only collect documents. That's all. And many Hromadas are complaining that they are collecting documents and drop them in some black box, and they are never receiving a response. And people are saying, no, we just sent your document somewhere on the top, and they have to make the decision. That is why we have to talk with local authorities and find the short-term and long-term perspective, how to make this switch. The last year, Hromadas were planned that they will receive, Hromadas would receive through the social policy program, they will receive certain compensation, about 50 hryvnia, and it's taken, the administration of their social work, it's taken a lot of time. So are they going to have any compensation with this regards? So we are going to question Mr. Vitali after the introductory words. I would like now to talk about the state migration service. You are responsible for registering the address and the passport services as well. With this context, Hromadas were very worried about the register of territorial Hromadas, what is done with this regards. And right now, the Ministry of Digitalization is talking about further with further possibility to online declare your home address. Are you also attached to that kind of process? Maybe you can share some inside information what Hromadas can expect. And we would be also happy to hear any comments about integrating passport service in ASCs. Maybe there are some options to make the equipment and process cheaper, and maybe what are the possible promotion of the DMS work in the regions. For example, the passport services would be liquidated. Is it possible to transfer this equipment on the down level to ASC, so they will take it to the upper level? Please give you the floor and comment on our questions. Hello to all the participants. Firstly, I would like to thank for this possibility to share my experience from the point of on behalf of the State Migration Service. As you can see, we are taking into account all the observations that we receive. We did a lot for the past few years in digitalization, especially what concerns the home address. We can talk about the well-functioning, stable work of our territorial Hromadas web portal. 98% of Hromadas, it means more than 1,400 of them, are already working with our web portal. The large towns having their own software registers are connected to our web portal, merging all together, and we are all able to translate this information into the DIA. We're communicating with electronic services of the other state bodies to provide such services as e-malatka, registration of the home address, and so on and so forth. That is all going to be possible thanks to integration of the territorial Hromadas register into one database or of our portal. I would like to say that as of 1st April 2021, we have finished filling it in, and judging from the feedback, almost all the offers from the territorial Hromadas were taken into account in this project, and it's so easy for Hromadas to get registered, register the electronic signatures, import data, formalize report, register of voters. All this data are very easily operable on our website. We are also having an electronic address register where the territorial Hromadas can select the borders of their areas, and in case of their amalgamation, they can change those borders. There are more additional services on the back office. We're logging all the activities. We can monitor Hromadas' work. We can really we can really judge which Hromadas are working and which ones are just formally registered only. We are also having contact information, is email and telephone, which is we are always open for cooperation. Sometimes people didn't just read the user guideline, and it was very fast to resolve their issue. How we were explaining how to import the data from the previous portal. All in all, we're having lots of positive feedback on working with our portal. These were truly revolutionary changes. Together with Ministry of Digitalization, we're creating the process that will enable to change the home address electronically, technologically. It will be in such way. The person with digital signature can create an application, and that the technical process will enable him or her based on the interbody governmental bodies cooperation, been able to register the new address. I don't want to go deep into details, but Ministry of Digitalization is going to announce that in the nearest future at one of the summits. We're still on the final stage in right now we're having the address registered only at the moment of passport registration, but only after that we will apply it as the actual home address. Only from April Hromadas were connected. After that we will automatically merge it with demographic register, and then it will be integrated with DIA and mobile application. Very firstly, I want to specify, previously Hromadas were saying, please explain how to work with the register of the territorial Hromadas. Maybe you are planning to have like informational sessions or trainings, how we can get to know how to use it. RTG DMSU, there is a web page, assistance to Hromadas, that is step-by-step guidelines, what to do, what are how to change the data. Now we're working with ULEAD in order to create video guidelines, how will help people reply any question, how to use the portal. I would like to emphasize as well that DMS is holding web conferences and joint meetings, methodological, practical meetings on how to compile the documents, how to fill the need, how to connect to Trimbita software, how to create possibility of working with the registers on our web portal. We don't have problems with training, and as you see the result, 98% Hromadas are actually connected. Thus there are no problems left on the working with the register, right?
Thank you for your reply, and Ms. Sadin, maybe you can add something on the passport services. Well, on the passport services and on the registration, address registration, if we're talking about the natal services, that is, the registration of the birth is the main document which is needed for the further action, that is for the migration service, for the registration budgets, which are given two very important services, that is registration of the address and the first official document, the passport, and it is also issued on the basis of the registration of birth, and we cannot say which one of them is more important. And if we're talking about the ASCs, then we can say that yesterday 210 ASCs were connected to the single register, single state register, and there are stations where the citizens are served. And if we're talking about the address registration, and actually the ASCs, they are formed on the basis on the legislation, and they can be formed by the local authorities, and if their provisions are, and if they are providing some certain services, we are making the contract with them, and we are giving the methodological and technological support to them. If we're talking about address registration, then the last amendments which we had in the legislation, the ones which were approved in December 2020 to the main decree 270 on the registration, on the address registration, and the order of information transit. That is one more step which made the program of transition to declarative form of registration, online registration, and those pilot projects which are, for example, 1360 on the online registration and document application. With the Ministry of Internal Affairs, we have the project, the legal draft, which will be declaratively registrating the address. And in the end, the Minister of Digitalisation have joined us, and I'm not going to review all the details, and you would be able to get to find more about it in the end of this summer, and in and it will and we can start to use it from the 1st January 2022. We are creating the new register of grandmothers, and the information about the registered address on it would be since the 1st of April, it would be passed online. The exchange of the information with grandmothers and the state registration would be made online. Now it is done not 100% online, and it happens only because these grandmother official bodies didn't join us officially, and it cannot work 100% as it should because of the technical issues. And at the moment, you can see that we've done a lot in this area. So you want to say a lot, everything, so that we would have nothing to talk about in the panel discussion, but we will continue, and later I will pass you the floor. And now Viktor Timoshuk will emphasize our attention on some things. And you can see that on the panel discussion we have those people who are doing something, because I will remind you that we were inviting the Pension Fund and the Minister of Justice, but the Minister of Social Policy and the State Migration Service, they are doing a lot, and they were not afraid to come there, because 10 years ago people had some doubts because they didn't know if these steps are right or not. But we are doing a big piece of work. The migration service is doing the migration service, and the big cities have created their own big registers, and with the new system which Mr. Ivan has introduced us, we have just an impressive result, and 98% of state migration services are going to work at that or join it through Timbita. And in 2013, when everything was just on the paper, we are moving to a very significant number when we are talking about archives and the rest. And in the previous hour white back, we were telling that for a long period of time that we have to move to declarative system, because it is registration, address registration is very important, and you have to undertake a lot of efforts to prove your address registration. But I think that first of all we have to pay attention not to land registration but to declarative registration of address. But because at the moment I think that we have to get a lot of documents, and it will be very hard if we are not speaking about the children, because now we are building a more complicated system, and then we will be able to simplify it, as it is a very important issue. We were optimizing the system for the e-registration and online registration, and we understood that without the internet connection we will have no declarative registration, because we need to inform about the change of the registration, and the Ministry of Defense and the other ministries, and this process would be made in a few stages, and after we will have the e-registration of address. We will be able to analyze the business processes. Thank you very much for your reply, and later we will come back to these issues. And now we are coming to the Secretary of the Cabinet of the Ministers, who are taking all the policies and making it a single one. Mr. Alexander, are you with us? Yes, good afternoon. Yes, I can see you're with us, and we will have a question to you regarding the context of the administrative services in the strategy of the state governance till 2022, and how you are estimating, how you're evaluating the ASCs and the implementation of these processes. Good afternoon again. Yes, in our strategy of state till 2025, in the draft we have the quality of the services provision. That is one of the main provisions of this draft, and the first point is the administrative procedure, and I think that for the ASC that is not very well known, but in the future for the local authorities that would be a very significant law. It was approved in the first reading, and then it is passing the second reading, and there would be a lot of procedures regarding the decision taken about the complaints, and I recommend to you uh, to to read it, because we can see that a lot of services that there are no separate laws on separate services, and we are going to work on that. And the second block is in the strategy is a continuation of the decentralization process, and we have to make the services to be more accessible for people, and the most of the services should be also able citizens should be able to receive them in gramadas, and of course that should be the services on the acts of the civic statutes, and also we have to simplify the procedure. And the second one is the land issues, and the third block is the transport meetings and the driving licenses. And also we have to have the support in the committee of the parliament, because the deputy Biwazir has also mentioned that are the services which have to be issued on the places locally, and also we have the issues of the ASC network, which is foreseen by the law, and especially in the old regions, because but we still have the questions, because at the moment there is no region on the regional state administration. They have not applied for the transition from the state body to the local self-governance, and we have to fasten this procedure, and it would be much faster in general. And that are our directions, and of course we have the direction of the interaction with Trambita, and we have to move to the third or fourth level when we are providing the services. And the Ministry of Digitalisation was also telling that, and I can see that you will have it also in the program later today. And as for our cooperation with the official bodies in the framework of the amends of the reforms of the legislation, we are trying to provide the services in the ASCs, and it is foreseen in the integration of the services. And we are asking the Ministry of Digitalisation to. There are a few main points which was supported by the parliament, that are the passport services and administrative services of the social services, the pension services, tax services. And we have to understand that on some of the services we have to emphasize that are the civic status, the social services, and the pension services, maybe the services of the registration of the meanings of transport, and maybe some more complicated technical things. And how are you controlling these indicators, and how you are working with the pension services because they are not integrated very well. Well, the pension services, we have seen that the Ministry of Digitalisation has passed on the information that only 3% 3% of them are provided in the ASCs, and there are the services which are provided by the small gramadas, and we are going to promote them through certain decisions, but we have to understand that the implementation of these services can be very difficult financially and technically because there are a lot of people who had the pension before the social insurance was provided, and they have to gather a lot of documents, and I think that we also have to prove the work and experience because not all the documents, not all the information was in the register. The way of these services should be provided in the SS, especially in small gramadas, and then the documents should be passed to the pension central office so that they were able to take the decision. Because we understand that we cannot enlarge the number of the workers of the pension fund so that they were there were representatives in all districts, and as we understand that we are moving to a big number of documents which are passed through the e-system. So we understand that it would be not that difficult. So I'm told that we do not have enough time. So maybe you have some final thesis. Victor, I know that you can add something. I know that you are also in the strategy. You're working with the strategy from the Ramada. Yes, I totally agree with Mr. Alexander. The strategy is very good, but all the directions which Alexander was mentioning from the registration of the land and transport meanings that they were approved in 2016, but in 5 years we have zero progress. But I hope that the new government will have more tools for that, and for a pension reform, every head of the pension fund has decreased the level of the services, and these services have disappeared in the ramadas, and it works the same as the social policy, and I see no other decision.
Mr. Vitale, we are now coming to you because Minister of Social Policy is engaged in coordinating the pension fund. And as we see, the Minister of Social Policy is integrating very actively their service into ASC, and pension fund has a completely different situation. Can you please comment on it, what you are planning to do with this regards? In addition, the Ministry of Social Policy has developed information and technological cards for their services provision, but there are no cards of that kind for the pension services. Are there going to be any steps taken? So if we're talking about relationships and activity coordination, pension fund, this is not independent. It's not an independent body. We are coordinating the work through the Ministry of Social Policy, and from the point of view of the Ministry, we gave the task to the pension fund to analyze the situation as a result of the fourth quarter 2020, the situation with service provision in Hromadas, requiring provision of certain working spaces in Hromadas locally. We have also collected information about the quantity of people that are working different regime, meaning like remote or in the office, because it's not always necessary that the pension fund employees should work in the office all the time. All actually depends on the amount of applications and Ramad itself. So when their representation was in more than 70 Hromadas, but again, we're raising up the question for pension fund representation in those bodies to provide the accessibility to the services. If we're talking about services digitalization, As of now, there is a possibility to appeal electronically through electronic cabinet, but with regards to the primary pension or pension recalculation, this is what we're having more appeals. There are certain complications with that kind. Firstly, mostly these are the people who are of elderly age, and it's hard for them to work online. But the number of those people is increasing every year, meaning the number of people who are using those services. The second aspect, lots of information is still managed in paper. And in order to transfer fully into the electronic cooperation, we already have the register of insured people that has collected for the past 20 years the information about the size of salary size, the insurance, how many years of insurance one or another person has. Another stage was done quite recently. That's where the changes in providing the electronic working books, his work history book, so it will enable people to use the online services without visiting the office. With regards, this is what concerns the complex work of the pension fund all in all, and the plans how it's going to be developed in the future. From our side, we will again raise the questions about representation at place, and pension fund will work on that. I heard from Victor some questions as a result of my speech in the first part. There was a question open, compensation to Hromadas for forming certain document packages. I have to remind there was a budget program for the previous year, 10 million hryvnias in total, and we used less than 1 million as a result of the year. But we have seen a huge request from territorial Hromadas that it was better for them not to use the compensation. Instead, they wanted to have proper level software free of charge, and that was one of the holding factor. On the other hand, there was a great request for full-size call center to support such a software. This social Hromada is working in automatization regime to provide the administrative services of social kind. Starting 1st January 2021, we were switched to such type of work. The Minister of Digitalisation is making all the efforts to provide this free of charge support to all the Hromadas, crypto modules, all the technical aspects are provided free of charge for the Hromadas. There is also support, telephone support, which has enabled to increase the number of users. And by the 1st of June, we want to finish this process and to use this electronic system in the full scale. So instead of compensation, we better invest into the support and the software. Thank you so much, Mr. Vitali. And two short clarifications. Firstly, in the context of pension services, you said there should be a pension fund representative in ASC. But we are talking about ASC as a front office, at least that the documents can be accepted there and then transferred to the pension fund. These are the elderly people who are addressing about the pension, and it's very hard for them to go deep distances to receive those services. There are more questions from our listeners. Are ASC employees are going to have access to information on the service social services. Unfortunately, ASC cannot consult people because there is no access to information. Yes, we do plan to provide the front office employees the access to information with the help of the software Social Hromada, and it will be used and we will give the access to it. With regards to the pension fund services, look, the ministry has very exact position. We are not requiring social services to be only in ASC. We're saying about the diversified model that can be realized differently in Hromadas. That might be some public people, some structural subdivisions of the executive body. This can be ASC structures of the executive committee or remote standing units. So any option is possible to be realized. Thus, pension fund should be an integral part of a social space in each hromada, and that is the right thing that the person can address in one point where he or she can resolve all of the questions, especially what concerns the sector of social questions. Now, as I see stakeholders to share the same ideas, and I hope the pension fund issues will be improved. The immigration service had this following question: is the online address registration going to work starting from April 2021, or when is going to work? Yes, Ministry of Digitalisation will announce, and approximately by the end of April, DIA Summit, we will launch it. With regards to passport services and their integration into mobile ASC, those services are provided by DPA document remotely in vehicles and cars. But mobile ASCs providing different services don't have the service included. What is planned with this regards and what is needed? We have discussed this, and there are several funds who can invest separate monetary center that can give access to the national network on ASC. The owners are the PSS as the state network agency, and we're just client. Unless they create the connection to provide those services for AC, DP document has created the monitoring base to monitor their work, and they are not authorized to connect other subjects. As soon as the connection issue will be discussed, then it will be possible. Right now, there is no need in it. We are now monitoring the request from the employee, from the citizens on receiving the services of passport, internal ID, and the foreign passport, but due to the lockdowns, we're not having too many requests for the foreign passport and very limited requests for ID cards. Right now, we can say that the Ukraine infrastructure is very well covered with the units and subdivisions, so which are helping to open to get an ID or passport. So far, we don't have any problem with this regards. All right. With regards now to the ex-territorial councils, what are you planning to do with them? Are they going to be enlarged? The equipment should be transferred to local authorities. So those will be functioning as they are, guided by under the Ministry of Migration Service. So the state land cadastre. So there were state geocadastre is requesting the the training and the proper education and skills which were in the previous law. I want to comment, Ivan, that it's strange that state migration services having some center and migra- state migration service cannot use the tools and equipment that are at place. There is something strange in it. We should find the short path. The donors are investing a lot. We're having more than 10 mobile ASCs, and those mobile ASC would be much more effective. They're going so this passport services would be closer to people. You should search for the better decision. I think the migration service is more creative. You have to find a way to cooperate and bring the services closer to people. With regards to state geocadastry, it's obvious. Every young lawyer, no, like so we are lacking actually the understanding of the laws and in the instructions. If the law is changed, the instruction is not, so we should then change the MPs or someone or the managers. Let's take the challenge and work as per new rules and not wait till the instruction on the new law will be written. So, do we have the Secretariat of Cabinet of Ministers? Do they provide any recommendation to the central organs of executive power? We have the authorities for state geocadastre transferred from the is transferred now to the Ministry of Agricultural Policy. Thus, the policy is Ministry of Economy is in charge for that process, and we have called them to follow the norms of the law, and we were informed that there was an act formalized to enter changes and exclude these inappropriate requirements from the instruction. They also said that many regions it's already applied. So as Mr. Victor is saying, it depends on the territory. In some regions, those requirements are still applicable. In other, not. It depends. So we have to align our actions to the act in law. Period. You know, we have once a law that was approved, and during half a year, the bodies had to enter changes in other connected sub-laws. Hromadas will be so thankful for executing those issues. Giving you the floor for the next 30 seconds.
I would like to add only one thing that dear colleagues, the main thing depends on you because you are organizing the provision of the services to the citizens, and you're the ones who are meeting the people first of all, and everything depends on you. And even the good laws, even the good implemented orders, any system that would be used, still everything would depend on you. That is why I want to thank all of you and for the job that you are doing. The heads of the center, the heads of Hromadas, I would like to ask you to keep the people who are working in the ASCs now, because the most expensive thing, the most important thing is not the place, it's not the building, but the team. And you're the expert in this sphere. You're expert in services provision, in administrative, in social. And these people, and that is the most expensive, the most important investment. Thank you, Mr. Vitali. On my behalf from the program, I want to thank for the open and the constructive communication, and 30 seconds for you to tell the final words. I would like to also to thank you and the project because we're we're very good partners with you on this issue, on the development of the ASCs and the access of the people to the social support. And I would like to say that at the moment it is a very crucial issue. The division of the delegation of the responsibilities and the legislation which we had for 30 years is pretty chaotic, especially when we're talking about the social support. And our aim is to make the amends to the legislation, which should help to fix the territorial hromadas and the official bodies which are providing the implementation of the social policy. And as for the suggestion to pass all the function of the realization of the social policy to the territorial hromadas, we are not planning to do that, because at the moment we have the clear division, the sphere of classical social services, the sphere of social support, especially the payments. That is the responsibility of the state and the state budget. At the moment we have a lot of cases when the state is promising something, but because we do not have some financial support or the limited budget, the social official bodies, state official bodies are responsible for that are regional administrations. And in this case we consider the situation to be wrong. The front office should be to make the services accessible in the remote places, and the financial issues for the financial support and financial issues should be the responsibility of the state budget. And we have to understand what are the differences and who is responsible for different issues. Thank you very much, and we are moving to the migration service. And thank you for the cooperation. And maybe you want to add something. I would like to say that digitalization is very rapid now, and in the ASCs we can see that sometimes we lack the experts who can react the situation very fast, or they need to fix something or to settle something. That is why I would like to draw attention of the ASCs to support this kind of experts, to keep them because the outsource contracts do not allow to solve the issues very fast. And as we're friends with the ASCs, and we are going to increase their number, and the number of the services is going to increase, and the IT technical requirements would also increase. And I think that is a very important point, very important thing too. And we agree with you, and the next panel will be regarding the informational IT. Can I also add a few words? I would like to say that the territorial ramadas, I think that would be a rotten apple in a buckle of good apples. As we are passing a lot of responsibilities, delegating a lot of responsibilities to ramadas, we have the lack of human resources, and 80% of ramadas are asking for the professionals, or to educate those people who they have at the moment. Because after the amalgamation of the regions of ramadas, those places which were added, they still do not have their own human resources. And the ramadas which are serving 15 18 locations, they still have the same human resources, and we cannot influence their work. There is no official body which would be coordinating these kind of ASCs, and they cannot explain everything, because the internal affairs ministry and the Ministry of the Migration Services, they can not help, because they can only show their own opinion about things, but they cannot explain them the legislation. That is why it would be very important to organize some kind of educational seminars or webinars to engage the experts, and we can educate the human resources. Thank you. We totally agree with you, and that is why we have the package of institutional support, and we have the educational handbooks and also online books. And the Ministry of Digitalization is working on that. But when we are talking about the state, still we have to have some certain state policy, and we really have to draw to pay attention to that. And I'm passing the floor to Viktor Tymashyn. Thank you, Vasilyu. Thank you, dear colleagues. We are finishing our 5-year program, and we have made a big progress, and ministries really contributed a lot. But even those few groups of services are showing us that we have a lot of work in the future. And I would like to ask all the ministries to use the technology of the policy analytics. We have to work with the more vulnerable issues. We shouldn't work on the scripts, on the different things, but we should work really on the concept. Thank you very much. Thank you all the participants of the panel. We have almost managed the timing. I know that all of you are very professional and you can talk a lot about that. And now we have 5-minute break, and after that we are coming back and we would be talking about the digital transformation and the ASCs. See you soon.
В Україні просто зараз відбуваються цифрові трансформації, які полегшують життя людей і несуть велику користь суспільству. Наприклад, комплексна послуга «Є-малятко». Раніше батькам для отримання послуг, пов'язаних з народженням дитини, потрібно було звертатися окремо до відділів Міністерства юстиції і до різних служб на кшталт соціальної, податкової, міграційної. А зараз одна заявка онлайн – 9 послуг, які можна оформити за 10-15 хвилин. Батьки заощаджують кілька днів часу, який на вагу золота після появи малюка. Або інша послуга вже для підлітків – ID-14. Раніше спочатку відвідуємо податковий орган і подаємо окрему заяву на отримання номера платника податків, а вже після його отримання звертаємося до міграційної служби за оформленням паспорта. Зараз одна онлайн-заява – 15 хвилин часу. В одному місці оформлюємо і перший паспорт, і номер платника податків. Іноді цифрові трансформації бувають не такими очевидними, але не менш важливими. Наприклад, завдяки налагодженій електронній взаємодії між Національною службою охорони здоров'я та Державною службою України з питань лікарських засобів та контролю за наркотиками, держслужбовцям не потрібно вручну перевіряти ліцензії аптек, які беруть участь в програмі «Доступні ліки». Все це відбувається повністю автоматично. Що спільного між цими історіями? Усі вони можливі завдяки системі безпечного обміну даними Трембіта. Вона забезпечує взаємодію та обмін інформацією між державними реєстрами, що є основою для надання електронних послуг. Саме таким чином заощаджуються кошти бюджету, час громадян та держслужбовців, упереджується можлива корупція. У результаті роботи проєкту «Є-Gov for Ukraine» над Трембітою станом на кінець жовтня 2020 року до неї приєдналися понад 70 органів влади. Щомісяця через систему проходить понад 1 мільйон обмінів даними. Їх забезпечують близько 40 електронних реєстрів та інформаційних систем, між якими налагоджено понад 120 електронних взаємодій. З 2019 року Трембіта працює як основа для цифрової трансформації України. Бігати повинні дані, а не люди. trembita.gov.ua
Друзі, вітаю у Тетіївській ОТГ на Київщині. Наш ЦНАП модернізовано до належного у грудні 2019 року. За підтримки програми «ЮЛІТ з Європою» ми інтегрували 213 послуг, зробили капітальний ремонт. Сьогодні це спільний ЦНАП для мешканців громади, а також для мешканців всього району.
And for all the citizens, and we will come and I will tell you more about our ASC. Here we have pandas, so that everyone could access.
Дитячими візочками. Зверніть увагу на розклад роботи ЦНАП. Ми працюємо 6 днів на тиждень, без перерви на обід, а у вівторок до 8 години вечора. Це важливо, адже до нас звертається понад 30 тисяч мешканців, і у кожного свій розпорядок дня. Ось наша інформаційна зона, де відвідувачі можуть ознайомитися з необхідними документами, послугами та іншою корисною інформацією. Також у нас є громадська приймальня, де веду прийом я, мої заступники, депутати, а також мешканці можуть збиратися і обговорювати різні питання діяльності нашої громади. Звичайно, у нас є термінал для оплати послуг. Важливо, щоб відвідувачі змогли оплатити послуги відразу на місці і з максимальним комфортом. Інклюзивність є критично важливою для публічних будівель. Так, наша вбиральня облаштована для людей з інвалідністю, а також має пеленальний столик. Наш ЦНАП достатньо великий, тому з експертами ЮЛІТ ми намагалися зробити найзручніше зонування. Це рецепція з електронною чергою і зоною очікування. Ми завжди раді відгукам наших відвідувачів і збираємо їх у ці скриньки, щоб проаналізувати та покращити якість нашої роботи. У цій кімнаті розмістився відділ реєстрації актів цивільного стану. Колеги реєструють народження, одруження, смерть.
Це надзвичайно популярні серед мешканців послуги. Погляньте на двері, вони прозорі, адже ЦНАП – це про відкритість.
А тут у нас дитячий куточок для найменших відвідувачів, для того, щоб їх батьки могли спокійно вирішувати свої питання в ЦНАП. А ось і керівник ЦНАП. Олександре, які ще послуги надає ЦНАП?
У цьому секторі у нас надаються послуги реєстрації місця проживання. Також популярними послугами ЦНАП є державна реєстрація нерухомості та бізнесу. У прозорому форматі надаються адміністративні послуги соціального характеру та інші види послуг. Найважливіша ознака належного ЦНАП – перелік послуг, який ми постійно вдосконалюємо. Наш ЦНАП та його віддалені робочі місця автоматизують роботу за допомогою програмного комплексу вулик, також наданого ЮЛІТ з Європою. За підтримки ЮЛІТ у 5 селах нашої громади були створені віддалені робочі місця адміністраторів ЦНАП, щоб зробити послуги доступнішими для мешканців віддалених сіл. Всі наші працівники пройшли навчання ЮЛІТ з підвищення кваліфікації і тепер надають послуги якісно, швидко та приємно.
Приходьте до нас в ЦНАП за послугами.
Дорогі друзі,
Dear friends, we're very glad to see you with us, and we're very glad to see you if you have just joined us. And we are continuing our conference, and the next section would be the most vulnerable questions of this administrative services is the digitalization of the ASCs on the way of creating a digital state. I'm passing the floor of Mary Pedak, the head of them. Thank you. EGOV4 Ukraine team leader.
It's my great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of EGO for Ukraine project team. We are representing e-Governance Academy of Estonia, established in 2002 to transfer e-governance development knowledge. And we have reached to 130 countries. Our biggest partner at the moment is Ukraine. Our local partner is Ministry of Digital Transformation. And we belong to the EU Lead with Europe family and together support decentralisation and digitalisation of Ukraine. Our task in ULEAD is to develop 2 large-scale systems called Trembita and Vulik. And what I want to mention in the beginning is that the biggest part of the work has been done by our Kiev team, by local experts. It's really important that this means that all knowledge remains to Ukraine. It means that all systems developed are sustainable. It doesn't happen that foreign experts come, do something, and leave. Next slide. It reflects on traditional way of provision of services. A person is the one who has to run between different institutions to collect all necessary certificates or spravkas to get in the end the service like passport, birth certificate, or something for your grandparents. In this situation, no Trembita nor Vulik is necessary. But let's move on and to look on more advanced service provision, where people can turn to one service center to apply for all services in the same place. It means that already more modern technical solutions are necessary, and here is where Vulik comes to help. It is really important to understand the way how service centers communicate with service providers, because usually they are just mediators. And through Vulik, it's possible to scan all application and send applications to service provider. Using traditional way, usually it has been done by post, and you understand how much it takes time if additional questions or documentation is necessary. So for these purposes, the Vulik was developed. And this way is already e-services provision. It means that a mediator is not necessary, but to use this way of servicing, Trembita and Vulik both are already preconditions. It means that those systems were developed to support the service provision in a more modern way. Before I will talk about Trembita and Vulik, some words about money. Surveys and experience have shown that to provide services in e-servicing is the cheapest way. And then servicing using telephone, and to be honest, servicing via service centers is most expensive way to serve people. But at the same time, it is really important to understand that for many people, the service centers and servicing in person is more convenient and more helpful. So even we are developing different and big information system, we still believe that service centers are really important and will in the future play very important and special role, supporting people, consulting them, and helping to get services. What is Trembita? Trembita enables data exchange between different e-test systems or registers. Usually, data is kept in different state registers and nobody can use it. And all different institutions have their own information systems and registers. Trembita is developed to get data from different databases and to use this data for establishing of services and providing services for people. I understand that it's very complicated to explain so quickly the difference, because it's change of paradigm. Before, especially in document management systems, we are talking about documents. But talking about Trembita, talking about data exchange, we are talking about new paradigm, data. It's really important to understand this difference. But talking about WULIC, if you remember my earlier comment, WULIC was originally created to help service centers to organize their work in more modern way and to communicate with service providers via computer. WULIC is also connected to DIA application. And we delivered WULIC to the government 2019, and when ULEAD moved on, it became possible to develop additional functionalities to the WULIC, not only to organize work, not only to send applications, but in this spring, new possibilities have been added to WULIC, like using ID card reader. It's possible to read data from ID card, Ukrainian ID card. It reduces mistakes and saves time. It's possible to make online payments. It's possible to order digital signature. For service centers, the automatically generated reporting was established, and all ASCs or service centers are connected to State Service Register and monitoring system of Ministry of Digital Transformation. But how it works really? Citizen will come to ASC and apply for service. Administrator will send automatically this service request to service provider. Service provider needs for servicing data, and as I said, this data is kept in different databases, and service provider make requests for data, and different registers respond to this request, and service provider will get data and is able to provide service, and will send this response or service to the ASC administrator, and administrator will hand it over to the person. It can take only minutes, sometimes even seconds. It depends how well the services are engineered or provided. Just some figures very quickly. When we finished development of Trembita under our project, 81 agreements to join with Trembita were signed, and 43 state electronic information resources like registers were connected to Trembita, and already 121 different interactions between different institutions were established, and 29 public services already used possibilities. Trembita, the best well-known examples are eBaby and ID14 for young people. About WULIC, 384 service centers have applied for, and WULIC is fully implemented now in 142. It means that all trainings and even documents have been signed. But really, WULIC is in use in 193 service centers, and the easiest way is to follow the changes in WULIC webpage. To support the usage of WULIC, we organized contents to find the best users inside of centers and administrators. And the best service centers using WULIC as of 28th of February are listed in slide. So we selected the best administrators also, and 5 best are listed on my slide also. I will not take risk to read all those names not to make mistakes. We had good plan to have joint study visits to Estonia, but pandemic made his corrections, and prices have sent to Venice out last Friday. And now it remains just to thank all service centers for their excellent and important work, and to wish good health all administrators in serving people in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Marie, for your speech. It was so interesting to listen to that analytics. We see comparability system is being used, it's been used actively, and all the ASCs are remaining happy. So thank you so much. Dear colleagues, we're moving on. And we are now coming to the next panel discussion about the perspective of services digitalization and the ASC services. Giving now the floor to the next participants, Roman Matvichuk, senior expert of ULEAD with Europe program support, Mikhailo Kravets, the first deputy director for the municipality policy for ASC, Ivano-Frankivsk town had ASC, and as well as our colleague Vasil Segin, who is going to be moderator in this panel discussion. Thank you, Vladislav. We're so glad to come back to our next model, which refers to digitalization of admin services as well as ASC, which is still very important for receiving the admin services, and many have talked of that. I would like to start from Mr. Roman, the representative of our program, because lately we were preparing the policy document with regards to digitalization of ASC services. We presented it, and now we can talk if there are any achievements so far and what is the progress. So giving the floor to Mr. Roman, we're here to listen your presentation. Technical issue with the mic. Thank you, Vasil, so much. Hello, everyone. The participants of today's conference. We're going to speak in detail about the services digitalization and ASC digitalization, as well as the new functions that are appearing in this context and are going still to appear in ASC. In the perspective, all of the administrative services have to be available electronically. And this is what we see from experience of the Western countries, which is also one of the Ministry of Digital Transformation priority to perform by 2024. For the past few years, Ukraine is experiencing very positive dynamic in the sphere of administrative services. But there are still so many tasks to be realized in this sphere as well. I would like to discuss now the strategy question, strategy for services digitalization. So in order to achieve the the objective. We have to analyze where we are now and what is the roadmap, how we will achieve that part. So the program document that is to reply this question is called a strategy. So the government of Ukraine is approving lately the documents of its kind with regards to digitalization, like social sphere digitalization, development of digital competencies, but there is no complex answer to the question how we will manage to have digitalization by 2024. How we want to transfer 100% of public services online. No question with this regards. As of today, the admin services register has enlisted more than 1,600 of them, and I would like to draw your attention to that these are the administrative services, and we don't know how many of the public services. And our objective of the Ministry of Digitalization, this is 100% of all services by 2024, right? So today there is still an open question about how services should be provided of the local authorities and the framework of their own um, powers, what kind of electronic services they will provide. So answers to those questions have to be listed in the strategy I'm talking about, and the importance of these questions is very hard to overestimate. Next point, this is electronic cooperation. Vasily, can you please let me know if we are seeing the presentation? There are certain technical issues, but now we can see presentation on the screen already. Thank you, colleagues. The next question refers to electronic cooperation, cooperation of IT systems, of ASC, and so the subjects of admin services provision. We're seeing the steps of integrating lots of services in ASC, and there are also perspective, and we know those. They're being announced. Yet I would like to draw your attention to the quality and the optimal mechanisms of those services integration into the ASC. I'd like to draw on two examples. First of them, these are the pension services. We're touching pension fund, we're referring to pension fund from different sides today, the state policy, and digital transformation is also having pension fund as a scope. There is 523 ruling of the Cabinet of Ministers that certain pension services should be provided by the ASC. It means there should be physical representation of pension fund experts in certain days of the week during limited period of time in the physical offices. That's it. Many of Ramadas have the pension services available only on the paper, and the electronic cooperation between ASC and pension fund should be able qualitatively resolve the problem of pension services integration into ASC. After that, the ASC should receive the information from the state register cadastre, so the access to it can be improved through electronic cooperation. And Madame Marie, in her speech, has shown very interesting model how it must work. Today's mechanism presupposes that ASC should write tons of papers and papers to receive access to the register, but it can be resolved much easier through the organization based on Trimbita. Then thousands of ASC using Vulik, using other systems, they would have access in one click of a button. This is one of the perspectives, and we have to work on this simplification. This task should be on the agenda, and it should be executed, of course. The next question will refer to work of starostas. and the administrators of the remote working spaces. What's so background? Before amalgamation, our fund had more than 11,000 Romaras. After their amalgamation, we have 1,400. It means 10,000 ex local councils have a risk to have their access to services worsen. How we can resolve it? The remote working spaces can be organized and status should be empowered to provide admin services. But it's obvious that those people and local authorities and bodies are going to use electronic tools. And as of now, this is 6 different informational systems now. So we have to simplify it. That refers to social Hromada, Hromada register, VULIC, and so on. Dear colleagues, it's very up to date for when we're announcing the ASC is going to have additional services. Every new service group integration before the decision on its integration should be worked qualitatively through the digitalization point of view. As a result of services integration, those services have to be just integrated and used in a simple ways so that citizens can receive good quality services. With regards to client satisfaction, good quality digital tools and good quality digitalization will of course impact the satisfaction factor. Right now, let's have a short comparison. Is digitalization enough for that purpose? We should not forget that the nearest future we're following the way digitalization. Thus, it cannot resolve all the problems for admin service provision. Moving decentralization way, we should move on decentralizing and digitalizing the local councils that amalgamated together. We have analyzed them and to analyze and complex the access to services specifically and the ASC. So today's conference is called Services for Everyone. That's the right approach. This is what we have to emphasize our work on. Decentralization should be the core way for people to receive the services. The way how we manage the cooperation between the back office and the front office as well. There should be, of course, a balance between digitalization, technologies, and the offline communication. Some part of the citizens are regarding digitalization as minimizing their time, resources, additional. They think it's additionally simpler to use, but other citizens regard it as a digital barrier, so you have to coordinate all of them. So some citizens have to have certain clarifications how to use digital services. So now we're coming to new ASC functions with regards to digitalization. And we do understand that the villagers don't think don't have don't see electronic services as something easy. Those territories have ASC offline offices created together with the AU elite support, and there are more coming the next years. ASCs would be the place for making electronic services popular. There should be complex of measures taken. Ministry of Digitalization are taking necessary steps to realize that. We have prepared the guideline on electronic skills where there is certain theory and practical solutions on there is a model how AC administrator has to speak with clients on how they should promote the electronic services. There we have to remember the self-service areas and public spaces can be used for that objective. This is where digitalization can become popular. ASC can be also one of the places where visitors might receive electronic signatures or at least receive very deep information on how they can request that electronic signature. In case visitor doesn't have electronic signature or is not ready yet to use electronic services, it's still very important to provide accessibility of those services physically in ASC. In Malatko, the natal support is realized this way. You can receive it in offline or online, but it's not ideal, of course. It's not yet done for other electronic services, and the diagram of using different IT systems that can cooperate with each other and have to be integrated into each other. That would be very important. I can say that digitalization of services in ASC opens new possibilities, new challenges, and new ASC functions. This is new accessibility services for everyone, electronically or physically in ASC, but in the digital manner. So thank you very much for attention. Thank you so much for your speech and giving us the context of the admin services digitalization. Unfortunately, we're not having Ministry of Digitalization today with us, which is the main stakeholder, but everything what we worked on, we will transfer. And right now, would like to talk about with the practices Bogdan Pytel and Mikhail Kravtsov, who are representing the leading ASCs in Ukraine on integration of digital solution in ASC. So now giving the floor to Mr. Bogdan, please share your situation in your ASC, what is already implemented there, and how and what are the feedbacks you are having in your Hromada? What were the problems you have ever faced? Hello, dear. Hello from the Ivano-Frankivsk town. When developing the admin services provision, we were moving two ways. Firstly, to bring the services closer to people. Thanks to that, our territorial Hromadas has the widest network, having 17 divisions so far and 4 remote working spaces, plus the head office. It means all our Hromada is covered. The second way, these are electronic digital services on 2 documents being developed. The state, we're fully supporting all the Ministry of Digitalization projects to make sure that the services are accessible and easy to use. But we shouldn't forget we have to work on the local services. Right now, Ivano-Frankivsk has 47 services provided by local authorities, and people can receive different documents, to some different registration of address or land slot. We are having contemporary ID, banking ID, electronic digital signature, and so on and so forth. Everything can be obtained in the AC. It's very important that in 2020, almost 10,000 people have used online services. It means they had they once visited the offline ASC, and after that they were using the electronic email. It means otherwise, you can see 10,000 people should have visited our units, and instead they use the services online. That's why it made our life easier, and we should popularize that. We are having 317 admin services, and when our Hromada was formed and we opened our territorial units, instead of 20-30 services that were available before in the village council, Now we're providing 256 services instead, which is very good quality services, and we're seeing the indicators. People are ordering those services in all offices and so on. I would like to talk about the complex service in Malatka, the natal service, that in 2021 there were more than 300 people used it. So they address to the territorial units or online, and they receive that complex of services. With regards to social services, look, our Hromada consists of Ivano-Frankivsk and two more regions that had their own state cadastre and so on. It means we had to organize our work. That's what we did. The ASC administrators have provided the extract from the state cadastral register, which is regarded a quick service. One visit is enough for 10-15 minutes, and the result is obtained. Fees can be paid by a credit card at the place, and it's very popular service, I must say. It means that problem is never applicable to us. The next one is ID 400 for the in cooperation with for ID cards. We have provided that service with us. For example, you can appeal to ASC to receive the tax ID. It's so easy to use, and we're still moving on, developing there. Social services, that's a huge block. We're moving services closer to people, more accessible, like social Hromada. We are connected to that part, and social services are already available in all our offices. It's being ordered very actively. If people had to go dozens of kilometers into to reach the social service body to order subsidy or any other aid, now they don't have it. They just should address to the local ACS, and they will receive those services very easily. What has to be done? Like, we have to be we have developing ourselves, modernized. Ivano-Frankivsk is transforming together with the DIA Center. We want to create the self-service offices. We're administrator going just to help people, to train them on the digitalization. There can be, in addition to the services, we have to teach people how to work them themselves, that in future people would be able to order them online. At the same time, we have to remember, apart from online services, there must be also offline services should work efficiently, of course, because when I was with a working visit to Estonia, I saw that 99 or 100% of services are available online, and people can address offline units to receive something extra. Ivano-Frankivsk, together with the territorial units, are the main cooperation units where people can receive the electronic tickets. We're providing some extra services, not even administrative, so we're enlarging the list. And we want also to have additional municipal services provided without the local authorities, making sure that those decisions are made automatically. So this algorithm is on the process of development as well. Document sharing is already launched. Documents are used by people. People are using DIA online service. This is so accessible and easy to use. Our clients and administrators of ASC are gladly using it. So thank you, Ministry of Digitalization, who are actively working for helping us digitalize those services. We really need it. People need it. If there are any appeals for certain services, it's been used and popular, it means everything's all right if there are no observations. So thank you to our colleagues from ULEAD Europe, who made huge efforts and we really appreciate their work to provide admin services all over Ukraine. Besides of having that project going on, centers have been modernized. They are becoming better and better every day. There is still, I think, very good friendship between ASC managers and employees. After ASCs were open, the experience sharing is going on, and that's positive experience for years, especially when certain decisions have been made. You can consult with your colleagues what to do. We're moving on. Services have to be digital. We have to remember we're working for people and for their comfort. Thank you so much.
Дякуємо, пане Богдане, за таку детальну розповідь, презентацію. Не міг навіть вас зупинити, щоб ми вкладалися в таймінг. Але додатково хочу сказати нашим глядачам, будь ласка, залишайте ваші запитання в коментарях, або якщо вам щось сподобалось, не сподобалось, теж пишіть, будемо вдячні. Тепер хочу передати слово пану Максиму. Пану Михайлу Кравцову, вибачаюсь, заступнику ЦНАП міста Кам'янське, щоб він теж поділився тим досвідом, який вони запроваджують, а також виклики, з якими стикаються.
Вітаю колеги, глядачі, всіх учасників. Вітаю нашої щорічної конференції ЮЛІТ, яка, хочу сказати, без перебільшення є дуже знаковою і важливою подією у сфері трансформації сервісної нашої держави, тому дуже вам дякую за це. Я, до речі, хочу, як представник громади, сказати про те, що роль програми ЮЛІТ проявляється не тільки у потужній технічній, методичній, інформаційній підтримці громад, а й у тому, що ЮЛІТ, я б сказав, є своєрідним провідником.
Because ULEAD is helping us to implement the governmental support in the sphere of reformation of the services, but also to make the match in the legislation on the local authorities. So that is why we would like to thank you, and I would like to add that the digitalization, because I have heard a lot of different opinions, and I want to say what I see. A lot of people doubt about digitalization, and they are doubting if it is a risk for the ASCs, and I want to say that that is actually the development of the ASCs, and of course at the moment actually almost every product we can buy online, but we are still visiting the stores, and that is why I do understand that the role of online services are very important, and we are on a very important way, and we have to understand that we have to provide very sufficient functioning of our centers so that the ASCs were comfortable for the citizens, and that is the first priority, and that is also the first challenge and our first task. We have to constantly work on improving offline, and that is the basis for us, and we have to use it and to use our experience. And I would like to agree with Bogdan and Roman. I also want to add that the ASC functions are very interesting and important. First of all, I would like to draw your attention to the popularization of the services. In 2018, we have placed the places for self-servicing. We have started from the central office, and at the moment, that is this computerized self-serving place is very popular among the users, and we have the informational table near this place that the table say that you can get self-services here, and when you have some attention, you have the contact, and the process is starting, and people are getting more interested in that, and the administrators are introducing this work also, and we have the process when the citizen hears from the administrator that it's fast, that it's secure, and also it gives it makes it successful. And there are lots of different things which we can use for popularization. It could be informational materials and the other means of communication, also the and every our ASC has the Facebook page and the other active websites they can use, and through our own resources we're going to popularize these ASCs, and it would be a very powerful tool. And the next question is about informational and practical support of the citizens for the issues of the digital awareness and in electronic services. And I think that we have a certain role here too, because we're moving from the situation when the administrator is just consulting and explaining people how to use online services, and even with in the framework of the normal visit when we are coming to the ASC, and you can also actually order this service online. You can also ask for some documents, and of course we're serving people very fast, but we have to remind, of course, that we have to remind that you can also apply online, and that would also have some effect. And also we have to I think that we have to use the tool, the digital education, and we have to promote it. And also we have the memorandum with the center of the youth initiatives, with the other public organizations. And when we are, especially when we were on the quarantine, we were organizing the seminars to the young people, and we were having the experts to the digital world, and we were telling some interesting things to the people. And the third point is that we have to be engaged in digitalization. And I think that Mr. Bogdan has said a lot, and I have nothing to add, because everything depends on Ramadas. We have our responsibilities, and we have to implement them online, and we have to start from online orders. And if we would do that, that would be half of work, and we have to move in this direction. And the speakers have mentioned that, and I totally agree with that, that we are providing not only online services, but in the very beginning of our movement, we have seen a few main key points, the few key spheres where we have to work, and that are the administrative sphere, the social sphere, and community services. We have we are serving on also the community units. Also, we have the social officers. Mr. Mikhail, unfortunately, we have not enough time. We have the social insurance. We are doing not through administrators, but we are doing that through the ASCs, and the citizens in the single office get these services, and they are getting these services. Unfortunately, we have some certain timing, and we would like to ask a few questions. That is why I'm going to start from you. Do you believe that, as a the person who is using it in practice, do you believe in refusal from the paper documents in the administrative services? And if yes, what do we need for that? Maybe you can tell it briefly. Well, yes, I do believe in gradual refusal, because during a lot of years before this movement, the legislation basis was, we have lots of laws which we have to prepare and transform for this transit. And I see that we have started this gradual movement, and I believe that we will manage that. And we would be able to refuse from the paper documents, and we can see that during a very short period of time, DIA application has shown very good results, and I think that we have to trust that. And what I can say that the paper documents will disappear, but the ASCs will not disappear, because the offline offices, the physical offices which you can use it at your favorite store, and you can get some important information or some interesting information, and you can solve some issues. Sorry, we have not a lot of time to prepare the next question. There would be a question to Mr. Bogdan. What you can recommend to Romadas which are just starting to implement digital tools? Maybe some key recommendations. As for the key recommendations, we have to use high quality digital tools. There are lots of them in Ukraine that are the ones which are used already, that are also Trembita and Vulik, and of course we have to use all of that, because it influences a lot. The income information also matters. And I want to add to Mr. Mikhail's speech. Is it possible to refuse from the paper documents? Yes, we have this kind of practice, and we have to come back 1 year ago. And could we ever think that when we are ordering administrative services, a person with the help of his mobile app can share the documents, can get the information, the ID card, can get the passport? And I do believe that in the nearest future, the documents with big seals, with signatures, they will disappear, and everything that is needed for the official bodies, and everything would be online. And that is why we recommend the ASCs to work on the e-documents, and we can see that how efficient they are. It's very nice to hear that the people, the experts who are using that in practice, believe that it will happen in this way. Now I want to pass the floor to Mr. Roman to summarize everything what we had, and we have a few questions. A few months ago, maybe around 1 month ago, we had the document on the policy of the administrative services. Can you see the implementation of certain services which were mentioned there? Very briefly, the tasks had different complexity, and some of these tasks can be resolved very fast, and some of them need a lot of time. And the first example of the positive implementation, of the positive exception, is the handbook of e-skills, and also the memo and the model of the script of communication with the visitor. And the second thing is that I have seen that on the internet. We have seen the tender on the research on the needs of territorial gramadas, and in the framework of digitalization, I think that it can become the basis for the certain strategy of understanding how the e-services should be provided. And some of the tasks need a very deep analysis, and especially those ones which concern the e-interaction and some informational digital resolutions, and also the decisions made through the ASCs. And we have to do that to improve the quality of the services and to simplify some certain procedures. And I can see that a lot of official bodies and the local authorities are very, very positively made this movement. And as far as I understand, they are ready to join it. And the Minister of Digitalization, as a coordinating body, have to coordinate and have to give them some hints how to do that. And in general, I would like to say that the implementation of the complex way, when we understand that we have not only to transfer it online, but we have to improve the access to the services, will improve the quality of the services of the administrative services. And here, the administrator as the mediator, we were discussing with our colleagues, it would add some positive understanding of the quality services. And the last, to have some more systematic movement, we have to analyze the problems which already exist when we are providing administrative services, and we have to form the plan how to improve them and how to gain some results. Thank you, dear colleagues, that you have reminded us about the problems which we have in digitalization and about our challenges, but also about the good points which we have, and that the Hramadas have enough possibilities to implement e-services in their ASCs and to make the services more accessible and more comfortable for the citizens. And of course, a lot of offers for the official bodies which are available on our website, and all these offers can make the conditions for the Hramadas more comfortable. And now I'm passing the floor to Vladislav to announce the second another panel. Thank you, Vasily. Thank you for this interesting discussion, and we are going to continue. And now we are now we are moving to the institutional support and sustainable development of the ASCs. And I'm inviting my colleague Petro Makarenko, the senior expert of EU Lead with Europe program support to improved administrative service delivery, and Alexander Bakalov, expert support on and internship programs, coordinator of EU Lead with Europe program support to improved administrative service delivery.
Hello, dear friends and colleagues. We are moving on with our work. Right now, we would like to share information on experience of our expert support service. So it was additional support for Hramadas that were not part of the program, the assistance to Hramadas on their way to create their own ASC or in resolution of certain practical questions. Hello, every dear participant. I would like to talk about our team and what were the prerequisites. I want to represent the team that was working on improving the quality of service provision at the places. They're experts in the sphere of administrative services, participated in developing recommendations to the main law in the sphere of admin services. They're consulting Hramadas and the ministers responsible for methodology and political questions. Today you are having seen on the stage Petro Makarenko together with Olga Kalinchenko and Mikhailichuk. We're working with each Hramada. I'm responsible for coordination and statistics as well. In the framework of the second stage, the program has helped already more than 480 Hramadas. They have received institutional support, training, material, funding, equipment, furniture, program complex, VULIC, electronic queue, and so on. But at the beginning of 2020, we have seen Ukraine has lots of Hramadas require their ASC to be modernized. They need experts to support. Your Lead with Europe program has great experience in this sphere, so they can provide the support to many Hramadas. We have started the service of access support in April 2020 for the consultation purposes. Due to COVID, the team went working online. We provided the assistance for the past 12 months, and the last application we received in March, and 1 month we took to work on that application. We have provided the package of support, physical, like for the physical organization of ASC. We have taken into account the legislative trends. So we have taken into account the enlargement of Ramadas, the trends of changing the territorial areas, and the replacement of the old regional centers administrations into the ASC. This complex of support made our support so applicable to those Ramadas who were not part of the program. The experts have worked on 233 applications. Some Ramadas have appealed several times, and there were in total 194 Ramadas, which are 13% of all the Ramadas that were newly organized. 54% of those Ramadas didn't have yet the ASC, and 92 have never received any aid previously and were not part of the program. We're having 5.5 million citizens over there. The regional centers, which were calling before, were involved, and in 2020 the ASC replacing the local councils became one of the major points of the policy at place. A lot of work was done there. Then we monitored the status of the ASC in the regions. There were plans in the regions approved to participate in different measures together with Ministry of Digitalisation. So this dynamics from 2020 is very brightly expressed in those regional centers, I must say. Experts were noting all the time. In total, that was 1,033 hours of support. There were 787 calls, so online meetings. As you see, Ramadas had different needs, so the time and quantity varies from one Ramada to another. And all in all, I would like to say that majority of time was devoted to very motivated Ramadas, beginners mostly, because they had to go from the very beginning analyzing the access to services, human resources, document verification. Lots of work was done in regional centers and working with Ramadas who wanted to resolve certain issues with already functioning ASCs. Each letter, recommendation letter, included the key phrase. If you have any additional question, please refer to us. And many Ramadas did refer to us at the end. We're very happy to have Ramadas coming back with more questions. It means they're working on it. As a result of the service, we can see there are such list of documents as model documents, integration of services, roadmaps are very up to date to those Ramadas who don't have ASCs at place. And modeling services access due to the enlargement and the major ASC offices, territorial units, remote working spaces. That was done, and services integration was talked a lot today and tomorrow, and yesterday, sorry. We have developed the roadmap, step-by-step algorithm on how to create an ASC. And there are certain questions like subvention, and our scale says that like small percent, but it's all due to that subvention, and Ramada's activization is already on the final stage. But the Ramada's activity was very high when we had the question of there is a possibility to receive subvention. When all of the applications were closed, we came back for Hromada's feedback, and at the moment of the application, 43 of ASCs, 43% of Hromada didn't have ASC open. After that, 28% opened the ASC de jure, and 30% started already. We're providing services in the newly opened ASC, which is very positive result. So there are small, I want to draw some small conclusions. It was very great to work together. Lots of Gramadas are very conscious. They're working on many questions. They're reaching good results. And our Gramadas communication practices is seeing that they're really did great in empowerment of the starostas, creating their remote working spaces, and we were communicating that experience to other gramadas, engaging them to share that experience. One of the conclusions is that beginners, meaning gramadas that are just planning to create AC but never did it before, need to have a turnkey solution, like analyzing the current status, modeling the accessibility, working with document, step-by-step roadmap, and only the other questions that refer to creating the right ASC. Another important trend we have observed is that Ramadas, if we're talking about the list of services, they don't want to provide everything at once. The number one priority are the basic group of services instead, which is empowerment of authorities, some of the delegated authorities. This is what the Ramadas are focusing on when integrating the basic service into this ASC. There are several Ramadas which were called on the horizon, those that were primarily active. There were some shown some interest. They wrote their application. We sent them basic support document package, but then we never had any other deep consultation or communication. But at least Romadas were interested, and I hope that in the nearest future they will also work on opening their own ASC. Elective factor that impacted positively and negatively. Positive impact was that after teams have changed, the active dynamics was observed in Romadas. There were new applications, some were working actively with those applications that were previously addressed, but there was also a drawback when team was changed, the ASC management was changed, and dynamics was a little bit worsened, and maybe the knowledge was not transferred. With regards to recommendation, what to start from, how to do things right, that was in the package support package. We saw that firstly we have to make the analysis, understand the concept, what kind of ASC is needed, the network of the remote worker space is needed, and after that the activity should be planned. After that, infrastructure should be regarded, and then the next steps will follow. With regards to methodology, we're communicating for many years already, creating the working group at the beginning of ASC creation. That is very good tool. And when we're communicating online with Ramadas, and when the work was quite tough at the very beginning, and they were saying that people don't understand us, like they didn't see how it is the right way to do. So when we met in the format of a working group, it enabled us to uplift many questions. Also, it's important to have experience sharing when we communicated our recommendations and model documents. Those knowledge has to be transferred to other personnel. organizational legal forms should be communicated to HR managers and lawyers. A registration of of the civil statutes and social services should be communicated to all the personnel. So this communication would be able to uplift all the open questions when people will be sharing experience. Right now, we're having enough of information resources, training platforms that should be applied, and knowledge should be applied as well consciously. Each Ramada, despite for general formulated approaches, is quite unique, and all the individual peculiarities should be taken into account. So consultative applied systems will be needed in the future, of course. And by 2024, all the Ramadas should have the AC created, all the list of services should be taken into account. So Ramadas will need applicable consultative assistance. And request for model documents is there. This is what we see. And we see that in other public spaces when colleagues are communicating to share certain documents. As the result of our work, we have updated so far part of our model documents that were part of the 2018 guideline on how to create a good ASC. So we have updated those documents, enhanced them with recommendations from another question, and the program is going to be public without the packaged documents, and you are feel free to have access to it on our website. Every step is going to have a supportive instrument, supportive document. At the end, I would like to draw your attention to the future. What are the extra needs of our Ramadas? That was the open question. For the Ramadas who received the support, 63% of them say they require specialized trainings on specialized services like social services and working with registers. 33% need skills and information on digitalization, electronic services, about specific software. Ramadas are also interested in subventions, gender analysis, and other things that AAC can have funding on. And these over here, you can see that Ramadas are requiring sectorial questions, methodological support. And yesterday, we were talking about the applications to use online courses. This is the biggest application we're having. And on the current slide, you can see that the sectorial question, groups of services, and resolving problematic questions are of top priority for Ramadas. And I would like to emphasize here again that responsible centralized authorities take into account the context of obligatory list of services, and that priority number one. These are the basic services, and then you can enhance this list with additional. So the responsible authorities, in coordination with Ministry of Digitalization, have to provide the subject methodological assistance in addition to resolving the problems in the sphere of administrative services or other policies. Electronic services, as mentioned by my colleagues, so we are trying to answer those requests, and there is a dedicated guideline, and the guideline on how to create the right ASC, it has a separate chapter on digitalization, so this question is covered. At this moment, we're so thankful to you for your attention. I would like to say that we are very happy to give the floor one of the representative of Men's Hromada Chernihiv Oblast, Yuri Stalnichenko, who is going to share his experience working with the ASC support program and his results as well.
Good afternoon, dear participants of the conference. Can you hear me clearly? Dear friends, I'm very glad to see you from the Minsk territorial Ramada. And today our Ramada is cooperating successfully with the expert support service, and we have gained some certain results, and I would like to introduce them today. First of all, I would like to say that our Ramada is located in the very center of Chernihiv region and is one of the biggest Ramadas in the region. But the tendency was that till the end of 2020 we didn't have the ASC, and one of the biggest Ramadas didn't have the ASC. Ramadas at the moment, the population of Ramada is 27,000 people, and in 2017 we had only 33 towns, and in 2020 39, and we understood that the improvement of the administrative services is the priority of the government of the state, but the city council was in the Panska Khata, the building of the 20th century, the small offices, and only 2 or 3 people could be there. They're high, the certain type of entrance, and we were not able to place any kind of ASC in our Ramada. So since 2017 until 2020, there were attempts of creating the ASC, and all of them were not implemented. First of all, because all the buildings which belonged to Ramada were not suitable for the ASC, and the buildings which belonged to the region didn't become the Ramada real estate, and that is why 7,000-8,000 requests from the citizens, which were for the administrative services, they were pretty much chaotic, and the situation has started to change since the beginning of 2020. And during the first quarter of 2020, together with Chernihiv Regional Department of ULEAD, we have prepared the application for the service support, and since April 2020, we have started the first stage of cooperation with the group of support from ULEAD, and thank you very much, Miss Olga, and we had a really very successful cooperation during this year. During April, June, we have reconsidered the structure of the city council, and we have reconsidered the services. We have prepared the list of 70 main services, and we have prepared the administrative and technical cards. But still there was a problem because the services were provided by the other official bodies, and that is why in the second quarter of the second part of 2020, we were working on opening the ASC, and on the 30th of September 2020, with the help of ULEAD, we have approved the decision on the opening of this kind of department. In this way, we have cancelled the department of the registration, and the employees started to work in the ASCs, and also the services which were provided in the other villages during the fourth quarter of 2020, they were transformed into the ASC. Along with that, we were transforming the regional ASC, and in the end of this process, specialists who were working in the regional ASC were started to work in the Mirska IC. Since February 2021, Mirska Council has found the new building, and at the moment we have located the ASC there. But the first services were provided in the ASC in January 2021. The first months of the work of this ASC, our specialists and administrative and registrators have provided 4,731 services. And during the previous years, we have 8,000 people, 8,000 applications, and this year, during the first quarter, we have almost 5,000 requests. And at the moment, our ASC, I cannot say that it is the sufficient ASC, because the building of the administration does not meet the demands, and it's pretty hard to reconstruct it for the need of the ASC. But at the moment, 146 services are provided by our ASC 6 days a week. Besides this, we have 2 remote workplaces, and also in 20 starosta regions, the starostas are empowered to provide the administrative services too. Since the 1st of March 2021, all the starostas and the ASCs are using the special register of Gramada, and they are providing the social services through social Gramadas, and also we're using the e-services and the registers of Gramadas. The informing of the citizens about the services which are provided through the ASC is made through the website of the ASC. But in the future, we would like to continue, and we would like to see in our Gramada, which is one of the biggest ones in the region, to see the sufficient ASC. And I would like to mention that yesterday, on the meeting, the parliamentarians, the deputies, have supported the decision that after we will get the decision on Centro Diaz, our ASC is already preparing the new reglement and the new provisions, and we are going to change our methods, and we are going to become the Centro Dia, and we are going to update the website, and we are going to we have created our own EQ, and we have updated and upgraded the system of e-documentation. And at the moment, the only element left to start to launch these e-services in the ASC is a complex safety system, which we are going to launch during the months, and we are going to launch it in the ASC. And also, along with this, we are making the construction works so that the administrative building would be more comfortable, and by the time when we will do the reconstruction of the building which we found. That is a building of the former regional commission of the social party. It used to be also the library. Now it is the real estate of the Merska Gramada, and we have the documentation. The approximate price would be around 8 million hryvnias, and with the sufficient project, we would be applying for the Ministry of Digitalisation so that our Gramada would get the sufficient ASC. And here you can see that there are the sufficient zoning and the sufficient back office, and the improved accessibility for the inclusivity element, and the first steps were made with the experts from ULEAD, and in the further cooperation we are going to have the really sufficient ASC in our Ramada, and the clients would be satisfied with the quality. That is all. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for your support. Thank you very much for your work, and now it's time to discuss the monitoring of the ASC, and I'm passing the floor to Mr. Antonia Castro, the head of the monitoring mission of ACG.
Here and share the results of our work. So the FCG Sweden has been appointed by SIDA to conduct the monitoring of ULEAD 2, ULEAD Component 2. We started in summer 2019. Our team is a small one. We are basically 3 experts, and we have been working on an intermittent basis, especially since the COVID crisis occurred. What is our task? Our task is basically verify the achievement of the outputs and results of the program ULEAD component 2. But we decided not just to stop at this. We decided to go a little bit further. We decided to, in parallel to our main task, to promote monitoring as a key instrument, a key tool for the development of ASCs. We tried to push, to nudge the ASCs to move from a passive role in monitoring toward a more active one, to not just to focus on the availability of boxes for complaint and like random feedback, collecting random feedback from clients, but to do it more on a more systematic way. Our focus. Our colleagues from SKL International, from US IGA, took care and cater for the quantitative part of the ULEAD. So in terms of equipment or number of trainings, we tried to look more at the qualitative dimension of the work done. We tried to do that taking into consideration the perspective of citizen and of ASCs. So as I said, we tried to focus and get the feedback of ASCs, namely ASCs heads and citizens. To do this, we use various range of tools. Specifically for the ASCs feedback, we use 3 different set of tools. We use surveys on the implementation of the program and getting the feedback of ASCs, 3 rounds of surveys. We had surveys on digitalisation of the ASCs. We conducted one survey back in June 2020. We will conduct the next one in May-June 2021. And we also used direct interviews and site visits to SNAP. Of course, this was done mainly on-site visits were done during summer 2019. Since then, we moved more to contact online contacts, and we will run a second round of intensive interviews in May, June 2021, closer to the end of our assignment, which is due by July 2021. For the feedback of citizens, we work in cooperation with a Ukrainian company, InfoSapiens, and we conducted 2 rounds of surveys. The third one is planned for May, June this year. We run a face-to-face survey using a national representative random sample of 2,000 adults living in Romadas where ASCs were established with the support of ULEAD. So let's see the results, starting with results of the feedback of the ASCs. We can see that 94% of the ASCs assessed as positively the equipment, the physical support, and the equipment received by ULEAD. This is an indication that what has been provided by ULEAD to ASCs indeed responding to their needs. Another important aspect is that 87% of ASCs have premises which respond to the criteria of open space and are fully accessible by people with limited mobility, with children, and so on. This is a very important aspect, and we know that colleagues from SKL International paid strong attention to this aspect. Physical support is the only form of support that ASCs receive. ASCs receive extensive support in terms of capacity building, in terms of on institutional aspect and training. Indeed, 97% of the ASCs assess as satisfactory or very satisfactory the level of capacity of their of the staff. So this is a very important indicator of success for colleagues. 100%, basically, all ASCs have at least one person, one staff member that attended training provided by ULEAD. This is very important to ensure continuity in the knowledge obtained from ULEAD. Let's see the results seen from the angle of citizen. This is a very important for us. 95% of the clients that receive services from ASCs assess as satisfactory, very satisfactory, the professional competence of the ASC staff. 97, so basically almost the totality of clients assess the customer orientation of the ASC staff as also very satisfactory. These two data show to what extent the work of ASCs and colleagues from ULEAD C2 component have resulted and have gone. This is shows that the work is done in a different way. Indeed, this is appreciated by citizens. 96% of citizens are overall satisfied with the services of the ASCs. it's very important to see that the same level of satisfaction is not assigned for all public offices. Other public offices are the way other public offices deliver their services is less appreciated by citizens. Indeed, there is a difference of 25 points in percentage between the way ASCs serve their service their clients, the way other public offices. This is an important aspect. So this takes us to the next challenges. Many of these challenges indeed have been already pointed out by colleagues in previous presentations. So here we just show that with our tools we indeed intercepted this aspect, and we got evidences that this is the next steps ahead of all of us. So ASCs indeed should extend the outreach and should optimize the trade-off between workload and available resources. The survey with citizens show that only 33% of the citizens have been using ASC services in the previous year. So this shows that there is an important space for expanding the role of ASCs. With outreach that deals in terms of activities, but also in terms of reaching population, informing population about the ASC services that probably not all of them are aware of. Again, this also calls for ASC heads to check more carefully the availability of resources vis-a-vis the workload, to optimize this aspect. Another challenge is indeed maintain and strengthening capacity of ASCs. The legislative framework, not only that in Ukraine is frequently changing. There is still high turnover in the staff, so ASCs heads have to assess and take strong care in attracting the right people, retaining the right staff member, and ensure a constant learning for the staff of the ASCs. The colleagues from ULEAD have developed some tools, and this should be used. But again, this is first of all is a matter of awareness by ASC heads of the importance of this aspect. Another aspect on which another change for not only for ASC heads but more for Kiev level, national level, is to enhance the standardization of services. Many services were differ from one ASC to another, and this reduces the overall efficiency of the network of ASCs, and this also generates discrepancies in the way citizens are serviced in one ASC versus another. So this is an important challenge to be taken forward. Expanding the digitalization. Most of the citizens are able to use their smartphone to conduct very sophisticated services, bank services. So on the other end, the level of digitalization, the quota of digitalization of the AC services is still not very high. So this difference this gap should be reduced. And as we heard all these days, there are definitely the ASC are moving in this direction. Another aspect that we want to draw your attention is on on capitalizing the trust of the citizen. Our survey showed that 70% of the citizens trust ASCs, not least because they are serviced in a professional and user-friendly way. So this 70% of trust should be used by ASC probably to expand their role also, and particularly in the smallest community where there are many factors that could occur to reduce the population or aging of the population. So this is an aspect that I think should be taken well into account by ASC heads. And another point is to improve the internal organization of work. This is because, again, to the capacity. Many ASCs are very small. More additional work should be done by ASC heads in cooperation with a different project to enhance the internal organization of the work of ASC to enhance their efficiency. And I mean, this sounds maybe a last bit selfish, but like the last and forgotten task is to increase external and internal monitoring of the ASC's work. Only 44% of ASCs are regularly conducting monitoring of their activities. This is a task that is not always considered. Many ASCs are focused very much on service delivery, and sometimes they do not have the time, the resources, or the capacity to reflect on the way they work. I think that we should remember that what gets as usually use a classical sentence is what gets measured gets done. So if ASC want to reach a different level and be definitely perform to their maximum of their capacity, they should also take into account this aspect. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Дякуємо, Антоніо, за вашу презентацію.
Thank you very much, Antonio, for your presentation and this beautiful data that you have provided. Dear friends, right now, this is the time to give flow to your imagination. We're going to have a theological panel discussion which sounds the following: how the services would be provided in 2036. Now, giving the floor to Lyudmila Rabчицька, Deputy Minister of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, Yanika Marilo, civil activist and IT expert, Володимир Шматько, Head of Cherkiv Громада, Tatiana Pecherica, Head of Kremenchuk ASC, Victor Timoshuk, leading expert of ULIT with Euro program support, and moderator Vladimir Pekerts, the Kiev-Mogilyan Business School professor and lecturer. So giving you the floor, dear colleagues.
Доброго дня, шановне товариство.
Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. I think that this two-day conference made some people tired. We got to know lots of things about the past and the future. And now we're planning to entertain you, speak about the future, which is always kind of entertainment. You can give freedom to your imagination. So yesterday, that was the day of space, and all people. And that was a great reason to have an argue. Like, we had a great country before, we sent people into space, and what we're having today. Right now, but that point of time when we sent people to the space, that was impossible to receive any service from the government. You have to wait days, weeks, you have to write a number, stand in the week-long queues, and many things have changed for the past time. We want to launch today the discussion of what is going to be in 15 years. 2036, this 15 years ahead, taking into account that all things are moving on too fast. And to compare, we can also compare how it was 45 ago. If you minus 45 years, then we can remember the very good Soviet times. Please remember the administrative services of Soviet time, how they were provided. there was a huge part of life gone, and now we're going to look in the future. What are these 15 years? We can compare this 15 years with the future and 45 years in the past. What we're going to have the next 15 years, taking into account the technology development. We can start with Madame Tatiana, who has prepared few slides. She's going to show us, but because we're not having too much time, we're going to try to make things very fast. Madame Tatiana, can you hear us? Giving you the floor right now. So what's your point of view? What are we going to face in 15 years? Yes, I can hear you well. So firstly, I would like to welcome all of the colleagues and all of those who are caring about administrative service provision. Thank you, organizers, for the opportunity to participate in this conference in order to analyze how the ASC will look in 15 years. Of course, we have to go back to history, but it's so hard for me to analyze what was 45 years ago. That's why I will go back 15 years instead, when I was deputy head of migration service of our town. And what were my dreams at that moment of time?
There were a lot of people who were coming to issue the passport, the Ukrainian passport, the foreign passport, to become the citizenship, to leave Ukraine, to enter Ukraine, and there were a lot of applications, and I was dreaming about the time when we would have automatical fulfilling of the applications, when we would have EQ, and there would be no queues near the offices, and you are trying to make the consultation as fast as possible, but you have to be to make it understandable. And in 2015 there was an ASC in Kremenchuk, and all the dreams I had in 2005, from the very beginning, they were implemented in Kremenchuk ASC, and from the very beginning we had the EQ for the certain time, and we had the automatic forming of the application. Not only applications, but also all the rest of the documents required. And when we have started to issue the passport, that is not our achievement. We were able to make the photos during the registering of the passport. When we were opening, we were dreaming about online e-services, about complex services, also about sharing of the documents. There was no word, I didn't know the word sharing, but there was a definition. And in 2021, it is already implemented in our life, and our citizens got used to that, and they got used to hot water running from their taps, and there is nothing to dream now. No, of course there is something to dream about. And when I was suggested to participate in this panel, all my team had joined me, and we have written all these documents, and there are the pictures and even some novels where we have listed all the dreams which I consider would be implemented in the future, because dreams are actually the plans, and we can divide these plans into different. And I'm going to share my presentation now, and you will see the parts of these documents. By the way, there is also the picture, and that is the thing you were mentioning. We will go to Mars with our mobile suit, and all our dreams we can divide in three types. But first of all the state services should be provided by the ASC. There are no doubts about that. All of us, all the dreams we can divide in three groups. The first one is for the administrators of the ASCs. All of us dream about ASC where we can have the education centers which would be preparing the specialists, because we have to educate the specialists. First of all, we have to educate them ethics and aesthetics. They would have a psychological preparation. They would know, they would study legislation, and they would be able to analyze it. They would be able to use not only the software of some certain ASC, but they would be also able to use registers and also to study different foreign languages. And also, what could be, by the way, how the workplaces of the administrators would look like? They would be very aesthetic. They would look like the blank, and I think that that everything can be fulfilled with the fingerprint. According to the law on the administrative services, each administrator should identify the person. Actually, it is very hard because at the moment we do not have any kind of document which explains how to do that. And I think there would be some specific device which would define that with the fingerprint or with eye scan. And if we would dream even more, maybe there would be a kind of some software like Siri, which would be able to identify the person in a few words which the person is saying, and he would understand. This device would understand what kind of request the client has. And I'm talking about the offline service because the communication should be everywhere. What can change? What could be changed for the people who are applying? Here you can see on the picture, you can see the eye boxes. And I think they would be in all types of modes, and in all the ASCs, in modern ASCs, we have the self-service places, and maybe these kind of eye boxes could be everywhere, and in this way the citizens would be able to apply for would be able to request everywhere. I really like the idea of Snapdonald's, when you are able to come by your car and without entering the building you can get some services. Maybe there would be some kind of SMS reminding about the necessity to change something in the register, and that the citizen have to apply for that. And what can change for the state? And I think our dreams will come true, and there would be some single state register where all the information would be there about the people. And also we would have the international agreements for the services provision, and the citizens who would like to buy the real estate abroad or open some business, they would be able to do that through the ASC or through the application. And the foreigners who live in the other country, they would be able, using the same tools, would be able to get any kind of services through in Ukraine. And one more slide. That is our team of Kremenchuk ASC, and that is how we see our future, without the documents, but with a single application, DIA probably, because at the moment that is the most progressive application, and all the possible documents would be gathered there. Thank you very much. The perfect preparation, even with these perfect pictures, and we can see that all the team was not only throwing the papers, but all of them were working on the image of the ASC in 2021. And maybe let's pass the floor to Mr. Volodymyr, the head of Chertkivska Hromada. And if you hear us, what is your dream about the ASC in 2036? Good afternoon. Can you hear me properly? Yes, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Valeri. I'm very glad to participate this panel, this conference. Thank you, the organizers, and thank you all of that who are creating the services in Ukraine. I'm working in the local authorities for 6 years already. I'm watching it not for a long time, but during the 15 years, how the communication is changing of changes the communication of the citizen and the fish and the of and the state officer. And when I was invited to this discussion, I was very glad because when I saw the people who were participating in this panel, thank you very much for organizing this panel. With the help of our international partners, during the last 5 years, our main reform, decentralisation, unfortunately, it is still being proceeding. It didn't finish. We are still learning something, and we are trying to form the social our community in a different way. Thank you, Miss Tatiana, for a very good presentation of Kremenchuk of Poltava region. I'm very glad I was very glad to see her creative forecast for the future, and I'm sure that it would be like that. And we are the witnesses of this real story, and I think that the great experience of Miss Yanika, that is that they are very important for us because Ukraine is a very big country. And as for Chertkiv, the Chertkiv city, and those people who didn't visit it, I'm inviting you. That is the best city in the world to live in, and I'm inviting you to visit us. And the next year, we are going to have 500 years since we got Magdeburg, right? And it means that we are the city for 500 years, and we're expecting a lot of very honorable guests, and we're inviting all of you and those of you who are present on the conference and those who are watching us. That is Ternopil region, the south of Ternopil region, and the people have chosen us, and we have to do everything so that people were born here and they were marrying here. And as for our panel discussion and the ASC reforms in 2010, when I became a worker of the ASC, and this work is more like is like my life, and I really like this idea when people are choosing us to change something, to change something for the best, and everything and all the best things we have seen in Ukraine, and especially when we have a lot of international partners, especially ULEAD, and they were supporting us and they were helping us, and in the war period after revolution, they were helping us, and when we finally had the democracy, when the democracy finally won, we were looking for the opportunities to change our work for the better. And since 2014, our ASC was working, it was operating, and that was one of the first ASCs, and we became we had the regional ASC, and also we had the city council ASC, and they were just on the opposite sides of the road, but we had we wanted to become even better, but at the moment we are providing more than 300 services. We have a very good team, and we really appreciate it, because the ASC without the team is just the furniture standing there, and it is very important so that every employee who is providing these services had the opportunity to provide it fast and on the high level. And the most important here is the person, the client who is coming to get the service, to receive the content. And I really dreamt about the period when there would be less contact between the officers and the people and the state. I'm coming very thank you very much that you are not stopping me, but it was very interesting for me to tell, and I'm coming to the point that we wanted to have less contact between the state and the client. At the moment we have the minimum contact between we have almost no contact between our citizens and the officers. And the moment we are using VUIC, the software, and the second thing that is Trembita, which was combined with VUIC, and their main aim is that their objective is to make the data move and not the people. And what is going to be in the future, what is going to happen in the future, is a secret for me. And I like Miss Tatiana's idea very much, and we were discussing a lot about that, and we wanted that the people would be able to get to receive the services not only in the buildings, and the point that they will be able to get it through their smartphones, and it is for sure, but also they would be able to get the services through iBoxes, maybe in some shopping malls. And the third thing, I really hope that we would be able to provide the services which are needed, but we have to identify the person in a remote way. It is very difficult. It is a very difficult. It is a very big problem for us because a lot of people in Western Ukraine are working abroad, and it is very difficult to get some result, and that is a very big obstacle, and the Ukrainians are not ready to understand that. And we would like to, in 2026, we would like to see that we are able to sign our documents which we are able to sign. And in 2026 we hope that there would be no papers in the future. And I have seen that in Estonia, in Tallinn, it was a very interesting project, and it was really fantastic for me how the Estonians managed to live with it. And I do believe that that there would be less extra documents. What do I mean? When we're systematic all our registers, all the local registers, all these registers the exchange should be much faster. And of course, the main thing, what will happen in 2036? We would fight pandemic. We would be able to communicate with only data, only online, and we will continue to communicate offline, because without offline you will not be able to see Kyiv. And we are sure that we would become a state which was announced by the president, and which our vice prime minister on digitalization was announcing too. And we believe that happy people would be living here who trust the government, who trust its decisions, and Russia will disappear, and there would be no country like that, and all of us would be happy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vladimir, and welcome in on behalf of all of us with the commemoration of 500 years of Magdeburg law in your town. The last words, I think, were greatly appreciated by many participants of our conference, even though they were not about ASC, but about something else. But we have heard the points of view of the local authorities who are dreaming, and now we want to address to the central power at the place where the dreams are turning into policies. Given the floor, Madam Lyudmila Rabchinska, the Deputy Minister of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. Madam Lyudmila, what is now planned with the ministry that is going to be implemented in the next 15 years? What are your personal dreams about 2036? Hello, everyone. All the participants, I'm welcoming the second day of this conference. I'm so glad to be involved in this conference. Minister of Digitalization, this is truly the place where we turn dreams into a reality, and I would like to have things announced becoming a reality before 2036. The Minister of Digitalization is planning to digitalize all the services and make them available online and offline, so the people can choose how to address either to the ASC center and we're going to enhance the list of the services to be provided offline, and all the state services would be transferred online as well. If we're talking about 2036, these are the dreams. We're quite realistic. We're not writing plans by 2036. No, we want current plans to be realized in the nearest future, and in 5 years we would draw the next 5-year plan. But following the topic of this panel discussion, we can truly forecast things that are going to happen in 15 years. I would I really wish my forecast come true. So I would like all the state services be provided by exact algorithm without any discretion of the officers. When we're addressing today, we would understand what is the result expected, and each whatever people require should be satisfied. There should be no refusal. The person is requesting for something, then there is a need, and the need should be met. It doesn't matter if the person has enough amount of documents or not. The document is just a tool. It's not a tool, it's just a mean to satisfy the needs. If there is a problem with the document, then it means there is a problem in certain algorithm. And I would also like to have less services, and they should be provided by the lifespan. What I mean, more, it can, for example, complex natal service Imalatka, it's going around the live event. And the next can be about the pension age has turned, and I should not appeal anywhere. Services know that I'm already at the pension age. My pension will be automatically transferred to my account. When, for example, I'm lacking income, then social service would be automatically transferred to me because the government knows my level of income, knowing the quantity of people I'm living with, how many people I support, the space I'm living in, it will be automatically transferred. I will not go into appeal with any document because government will have all the information in hand. And at that moment of time, all will understand that state services are not services, because service, this is when I appeal to the craftsman and ask him, please stitch a dress for me. This is something what I need. And I don't need a passport, in other hand, and I don't need any authorization. I just want to do my business. I just want to go abroad, and this is government who dictated that I need a foreign passport to go abroad, right? So when we will come to the level that this is not service, so to say, and those should be provided in order not to refrain me from certain things, then I'm going to have more time and cooperation with the state, and in 2036 maybe we will not buy tickets on the airplane, maybe we'll use shuttles or rockets. So we will have this authority or some system information that me, I bought the ticket and I have a right to go other continent or planet, and I will not even have to have any biometric passport. So I wish all of you good health, peace, and I wish you more time to communicate with your relatives and friends and more life to live. Another question, what's your approach to what do you think, where should be the local authorities and the services on the governmental level? Should be there one standard apply to all, or local authorities should do something on their own? What is the perfect golden average? I think there should be transparent rules plus the algorithm if we're talking about cooperation. When the rules are transparent and exact algorithm place, then it doesn't matter who will be empowered to provide one or another service. The only thing, it should be closer to people, that's it. If local authorities think they can provide it, then they should be empowered to the max. Thank you so much, Madam Lidmina. I'm so happy that the Ministry of Digitalisation is one of the most liberal and most modern ministries, showing on how reforms should be. Let's try to look a little bit further in the future. And we're having two slides. I would like to ask colleagues to show them that the results of the questionnaire, 200 ASC representatives were asked to dream about the future, about 2036. Here you can see the results of that questionnaire. things that people truly need. Easiness, client orientation, professionalism, transparency, service. These are the main points people are looking for. This is what people think, that how Ukrainian country is different from the Soviet Ukraine that was not people friendly at that moment of time. So 2036, how the services would look like, state services look like, the dreams will come true. All the necessary services and consultation would be provided online and offline by ASC. And many people asked, like we all know that we will, despite of digitalization, we're still Homo sapiens, and sometimes we do need to share one physical space and get some physical involvement. That is to say, you have a choice: either you come to the center or you receive it online. And social trainings are very important to educate the people about the new services. And of course, in 2036, we might have robots working, but still, in order to feel human, we have to have human service in us. Now, I would like to ask the experts. We're having Viktor Tomashuk, the main expert of the Lead with Europe program. Mr. Viktor, you're engaged in this topic for many years so far. Usually, you're the kind of expert who is sitting in today, or you're the expert who is dreaming about the future. I think you are the dreamer. What are you dreaming of? How do you see 2036? Thank you, Valeria. I'm afraid I'm stuck between now and the future. I'm troubled, not the things that are coming in 2036. I want our services become better tomorrow than they are today. And if I have to talk about my ideas, many services will be transferred to line, that's for sure. ASC will look like our banking facilities, where there are so many metal equipment. You can self-service. Of course, there is one or two people who can consult, but many services would be accessible from any point, and there would be a great role of telephonic communication and applications would be of great importance in the future. That's what we can already observe as well now, and many services would, like Madam Ludmila said, that people wouldn't be, they won't even have to appeal for receiving certain services. It will be provided automatically. So by the past Corona crisis year, it let us really appreciate the live communication, and people in the village, they don't have people to talk to except for the TV. That's why for this ecological support they have to come to those ASCs. That's why they're coming there. That's normal. I also criticized by my colleagues. I want to announce it. We have to be very careful transferring to the smartphone country. We still have to try it in reality before transferring in the smartphone. We are all born in USSR. Remember the end of the 80s, when people in the villages see the new ASC buildings, they see, here Ukraine has come. This is truly Ukraine. The services have come closer to us, and all the stages have to be we have to go through all the stages before we transfer to the smartphone. There are pluses in all of them. We shouldn't neglect these physical services. People should always have access to go to the service center, especially for our country, where huge lots of population, demography is very specific, lots of rural areas. We understand different ages, many elderly people. They require communication and respect. Youth also need live communication. For example, I'm looking at my kids when we're getting together in the kitchen. Susanna was saying there should be like a kindergarten for the telephones. We gather as a family and everyone is sitting in their own phone, so we have to put them away. So it means the marriage is done. If marriage has if wedding is positive, it means when there was Wi-Fi in the restaurant. That's a new Ukrainian joke. So this is how we see the trends and feel the trends for the future. Thank you, Mr. Victor. I would like to emphasize that human needs another human to communicate with, and the communication requirement cannot be neglected. Of course, for the past thousands of years, this is what everyone needed. And many audience started from business up to youngsters. I have questioned them, like, do you believe that this digitalization wave will never go back, or you believe that at certain moment of time we will turn back and live communication will get back and regain its importance? It's very interesting. Like, elderly people say that the live communication will come back. Very busy businessmen, they want more digitalization, but the youngsters who are sitting in the smartphones, and we think they're like lost generation, you cannot get them out from the smartphone. Mostly they voted for live communication instead. Thus, I think that coronavirus have taught us a lot. Things of what you are losing, you appreciate the most, and that's what we're experiencing right now. We want to talk more about the future, despite of the panel that is devoted about today. And we want to give the floor to Janika. Estonia is one of the world leaders in digital management, digital services, and I don't think that Ukraine will ever keep up the level of Estonia, and I think it will take us about 5 years to get the same level where Estonia is now, and Estonia will move on developing, making us so unreachable for such countries as USA or Great Britain and so on. That was a joke, sorry for that. The Americans and British people should not take it as offense. But it's very important that a country with quite a small resource can totally remake the philosophy of state service provision. And I remember when Estonian president visited Kiev, she said that we are a small country. We wanted very good level of state services and state development. We had so little resources. We just had to jump through several generations of technological development, and we had to apply everything the best. So we know what we have in Estonia and what Estonia will be in 50 years, what Estonia will have in 2036, what we're going to dream about, like our objective in 2056. Thank you so much for this invitation and the panel, and that there is an opportunity to dream a little bit. I don't know what will be in Estonia, but what could be in Estonia if we will go with the things at hand today. Estonia today is having all services digital. Of course, 98% people are using only online services, and voting is done, like only 40-something percent are voting online, but all the rest of the people so far using electronic services. But I think that in 15 years there would be the general shift of a service provision approach. That is to say, today Estonia, everything is in registers. There are no notes needed, extracts needed, no information. You don't have to provide any information to the government. Government already knows everything. It's all automatic. I born a baby, I receive this subsidy for that. Like, why the government should expect a certificate about the childbirth if the government knows that they delivered a baby? And I think that we will come slowly to personal approaches. I cannot say that state will disappear. But I would like to think that the state would provide services. For instance, this is not the state who sees you, but the system says. For example, my child is not very good studying in school, some problems with mathematics, and automatically there are certain services provided here. Additional courses for children, this is the address, this is the telephone, or we can finance some mentors or teachers who can help your child to study. That is to say that the government will personalize their approaches. Personal medicine, services to you, what you need. That would be the service. This is very good word to say. With regards to ASC, of course, we have those. There will be always there. So if you remember when the TV came, everyone said that the radio will die, but no, there should be a certain percent of people who would like to come to the service center, communicate there. That's why there are only 40% people are voting online, because half of the country like to come to the center, get dressed, communicate with us. This is the social need. And I would like to have ASCs not as laconic centers, but there would be single social space. We have libraries, and some people think that nobody's using them, but still there are many users. We want to transfer them into mediatheks. We do have ASC, which is a separate space. We have post office, which is another space. We'd like to unite them all together into open space where citizens can receive everything, communicate, receive service. This is one point of access. Here is library, ASC. No, it will be open space, everything under one umbrella, where people can communicate and so on. I hope and I think, but not only Estonia, Ukraine as well is going to cap and move on with the digitalisation process and smartphone passport. This is so cool. We don't have it in Estonia, and certain technologies were launched first in Ukraine and then Estonia, like possibility to pay in transport with a banking card, came to Estonia later than into Ukraine. That's why sometimes when the old systems are not in place, of course it's easier to launch the new technologies. And on the one hand, we're saying Estonia is smaller, it's easier to do it, sure, but we have less resources and human resources. And Estonia is only having 10,000 IT, and we have 200,000. So it's very easier to involve, it would be much easier if we involve more partners. Sorry for this mini lecture, and I really hope that the state is going to disappear in a good sense of this word. Everything, all the registers, service provision, unnecessary extras, we will get away from it. As well as electronic signature. The state is going to ask what I can do for you, my citizen. That's, I hope, for the future. Thank you very much for your speech.
Thank you. We were talking about Estonian libraries, and you have seen the photos of the Estonian libraries, and we can only dream that we would have something like that. But actually, in Ukraine, we have very nice libraries, and they, by the way, Ukraine gave some money for the new books, and it's good that they are finding this money. And the good library and the bad library differ when we see that the person inside this library is making this place more alive, or it can make or the person who is serving this library is saying that do not touch this, do not touch this, do not touch that, do not sit on this chair or it will break. And this brings me to the idea that in 2016 we say that we were saying that the ASCs, physical ASCs would stay, and we were saying that the elderly people, it would be very difficult for the elderly people, that it would be difficult, that in 15 years, I want to say that to the young generation, that in 15 years they would be also the elderly people, and they would be learning how to use the modern gadgets. But despite this fact, regardless to the age, when it is a rural place, the person would be the center. And there is a question, and I would like to address it to Mr. Victor. What competencies should the employee of the ASC have in 2036? I think that the competencies would be the same. That would be the professional skills, and that is, I think, what we want from the employees, that we want the people be we want the people to be smiling. And I think that you're just looking through my thesis, because actually I was writing also that, and people have some doubts what is more important, some registers. And for me, actually, for me, the most important thing is a person to be satisfied. And I want to quote one of my colleagues, and I do not, I think that Denis Brudsky, he moved from the public center to the public center from the business center, and he says that it is very important to remain the motivation of the people. And I mean not only the motivation of the people who are working in the SCs or who are serving, but also the bodies, official bodies, and the ministers who are working with them. Because I think that the advantage of the people, we are big, we are decentralized, and in this context, I think that that is a kind of, for me, it is a kind of the centralization element. And I would like the Ramadas to be decentralized, to some of them would move faster, some of them would not, and this feeling of the spirit of competition, it should remain. And when we're coming back to the employee, to the family of the ASC, it is a very interesting question, because the ASCs are already 10 years, and we have that even in the good ASCs, people are getting tired. We have some kind of rotation. We have we need the psychological support, and in this context, we have to think about the employee. And the head of Chertkivsky ASC has said the right thing, that the furniture doesn't matter, but the people matter. And I would like Mr. Yannick to join us for a minute, and maybe we would, and there would be the what competences would be important in the future. Yes, I agree that Ms. Tatiana, I guess that Tatiana has said about client-orientated work and the ability to communicate, and I believe that we do not need to deeply dive in computer systems. I believe that we have to improve communication, and we have to resolve the issue, resolve the question. And that is the individual. That is when you're coming to the person, and you have to not to ignore the person, but you have to help the person. And I guess that it's not like big skills like to use a computer, but I think that is more about psychology, the ability to communicate and the desire to resolve the problem. And I think that are the the soft skills. Thank you, Yannico. That is very interesting, because our discussion is targeted to the future, and we are discussing not the robots in the end, and not about the super screens, holographic screens, or any other super devices, or the interfaces in the human bodies, but we are still discussing people. And I think that is very significant, and it is very important that we are discussing the future, and still we are discussing the human, the core, and the future is around the present. And I'm the program developer of the old school, and we were taught that if you're automatizing cows, you will have automized cows. If you automate the Soviet Union style, you have the automized Soviet Union. And the thing we have to change is the core of these systems we are discussing. And of course, I can add that in the 21st century, when you are digitalize the dictator regime, you will have a dictator regime, but automatically. And we're not going to do that, but there are some countries which are doing that, and it's pretty frightening. But nevertheless, in the center of the future, there is a human, and at this point, I would like to finish our discussion, and I would like to thank all our panelists. And again, I would like to list them so that everyone would hear that Tatiana Bachiritsya, the head of the Kremenchuk ASC, Vladimir Shmatko, the head of Людмила Рабчинska, the Deputy Minister of Digitalisation, Viktor Timoshuk, and Yannika Myrila, the activist from Ukraine and Estonia. And at this point, we are going to finalize our conference, and thank you very much for joining us. And it's 2 p.m. and it's time to invite our moderator, or to invite Miss Susanna Deus, the director of the CEDA program director of ULEAD with Europe. Thank you very much for this interesting ending of our conference. You can hear me? Thank you very much. Dear partners, dear friends, this is the end of our 2 intensive conference days. I hope that the name of this conference, the Services for Everything, would be the road table for all of us in 2021. And now I think that in 2036, we would remember this year. I would like to thank all our partners and the Andromadas who were trying to improve the services provision to their citizens, and also the partners on the national level. And of course, thank you, our great big team of ULEAD. We wish you success in our common work to improve the quality of administrative services provision for Ukrainians. We have a lot of work in the future, and we have to open ASCs in each Ramada. And after that, as we have already heard, maybe we would do that in space. And we dream and we work together. We would be with you, but we have to move only forward, straight forward. Thank you very much.